Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. This is going to be a quick live stream. I found something that I have been looking for that I want to share with everybody. Some people may not get what I'm getting at. I'll do the best I can to explain it. A few announcements that I want to make. Just concerning the YouTube things, let me say hey to everybody first. Everybody give it up to Miss Katie Kitty, Sunshine of the Month, for July/August, because yours truly was late making the announcement this month. Hey, Melissa Olson, no, I have not gotten an email from you. Cherokee Girl, Katie Kitty, almost said hello to myself. That would have been great. Cheryl McAfee, Scuba Diva in the house. Woo woo. Come on, work with me, computer. Elise Joff. No, I didn't think I was going to be sneaky. I'm trying to get this live stream in before I leave all right, Miss Melissa, I'll double check while we're talking. You sent it to the Nita's World 99. It's NITASWORLD99 @gmail.com. Hold on just a second. I'll post it right quick in the chat, and you can just click the link and send it. That way, maybe it'll make it. Oh, Cherokee Girl beat me. I'll be damned. Look at her. You can click Cherokee Girl's link for my email, or mine if it shows up, that come up under Streamlabs. So I'm gonna, let's see, let me start out with the YouTube things right quick, and then I'm gonna go straight into the news article I've already got queued up. There's gonna be several I'm gonna go over. What I will tell you is this case that I'm gonna talk about, some people might not understand what it has to do with summer. Well, she is Scuba. I'm going to give y'all a little heads up. It involves drugs. It involves the Johnson City, Tennessee. I've looked up the areas where the crime occurred. You'll understand what I'm saying when I say this. It's 30.8 miles from the Wells driveway. So if that gives you an idea of distance, that's where the actual murder was committed that we're going to talk about. There's been convictions. The most recent conviction was February 8th of 2022. So it is a relevant case. It actually began in Tennessee, moved to North Carolina, another place in North Carolina, and back to Tennessee. For those people that say, we watched JLR did an interview with some of the neighbors that live on, it's not Beach Creek, I forget the name of the road, but it's right off of Beach Creek, right in there in one of them hollers. We watched the neighbors interview, and the gentleman said they might be dopers, but they ain't gonna kill nobody or hurt nobody or nothing, especially no youngin'. I call bullshit. This gentleman was murdered, and you'll be surprised at what small, minuscule amount of money and drugs was involved in the situation. I'm not sure. Brandon, yes, that's the gentleman that did the interview or that did the tour with JR, but that's not whom I'm speaking of, Scuba. The two men in the car at the bottom of the hill, right where Summer's video and picture were taken in the back seat. At least, no, ma'am, they're not releasing much of anything about that. I just know it wasn't Dawn, and as I'm hearing, it doesn't have anything to do with Summer's case. But anyway, back to what I was talking about, because I am pressed for time, you guys, because I'm gonna leave and be heading to Tennessee. For those that have left comments asking how I'm driving, I have a driver's license. My car is just screwed and doesn't work. So either I'm taking an Uber or I'm taking Lacey's car. At this point, if Lacey don't get back soon, I guess I'm walking because I've already fueled her car up for the trip. I took her to work yesterday and then left. I think y'all are going to be, when I get done with putting it together and am able to present yesterday's work, I think if you like the last interview that I did with the locals, you're going to be real happy because the wife picked up the rest of the interview and finished it. And then I have another gentleman that I did an interview with that's very local. Very local. And I'm going to be presenting that to you. That's what I was doing yesterday. And when I drove to Tennessee I got home close to 1 o'clock this morning. And I'm feeling it, y'all. But it's worth it. Today, I will be passing out flyers. I'm going to be at a large shopping center, a Walmart strip mall that does have truck drivers doing deliveries. Lots of travelers always there. It's bigger than what we have here, for certain. And I'm also going to be at possibly 2 different rest areas, definitely 2 truck stops, and I'm going to be handing out the new flyers we have for summer. You guys are going to get to see that, and educating people on summer's case, as well as how to spot human trafficking victims and what to do if you suspect it. Remember, if you see something, say something. It's the authorities' job to figure it out. You know, if you report me and say that I'm trafficking people, I'm going to laugh like hell. I'm not going to get upset. I'm going to laugh when the police come. I'm going to laugh when they leave. Because it's, it is what it is. Just like with the whole fun thing. Q Carlock ain't upset. She knows she didn't do nothing wrong. She just chill. Why? Because she knows the court will handle it and she'll be vindicated. And she gonna be laughing at people for wasting time and money. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. Okay. So, I'm getting ready to leave. Lacey has to be at work at 10 a.m. Okay, thank you, Melissa. Katie, did somebody say what, my darling? Yeah, if you see something, say something. Period. If you're saying, did somebody ask me how I was getting here or there? Yeah, it's a comment left by one of the Sunshines. I'm like, sometimes it drives me bananas because I'm like, damn, I done talked about it for a week in every live stream and every video upload, and said we have one Uber driver here and one Lyft driver. The Lyft driver's away at college, so we have one Uber driver in my town. We have 3 people that do DoorDash. I mean, I literally, during the fungolitis, we actually knew all of them on a first name basis. I think everybody did. But anyways, I digress. So here's the plan for today. I'm going to be leaving shortly, dropping Lacey off at work and taking her car. If I'm not back in time, I already have somebody to come and pick her up at work if I'm not back by the time she gets off. I will be finishing the 3rd part of the interview with the wife of the gentleman you heard speaking in the first interview I did. I'll be finishing that sometime this evening. I'm going to be at 1, possibly 2 rest stops and 2 truck stops and a large strip mall, and we're going to be putting Summer's face out there. And once again, I say, if anybody has a missing persons case that you are working on, or a family member that is missing, send me an email with a copy of your flyer. I will find a way to get copies made and to get their face out there as well. And also, here's a little bit of a new announcement. I'm so excited. I have a Zoom meeting scheduled with 2 major trucking companies in the Southeast Tuesday morning to discuss implementation of education to all new hire employees that go out on the road on how to recognize human trafficking victims and what immediate steps to take. Which it may sound stupid, but the first question that I get asked when I'm speaking about it by 9 out of 10 truckers was, do I just call normal 911? Swear. And it may sound crazy, but it really is important, and it's positive, guys. It's one step further for us to get Summers Act passed. That's what, if anybody has a better name for it, please let me know. Melissa, I'm going to check that email. If anybody has a better name, email me. Let me know. And then we'll vote on it or something. What's up, September? Yes, it is. It's positive. Positive. I'm trying to focus on positive. And just to think, guys, won't it be awesome if we can get this passed nationwide, requiring all, not just truck drivers, but see, this is what I think people are missing. All persons, delivery persons, it's going to have to be specific once we get into it. But what we're talking about including is like your FedEx, your UPS drivers, your, in like New York, they ride the bicycles. What is it called? I can't think of it right now. Oh, too early and I've not had my coffee yet. I'm working on it. But y'all know who I'm talking about. The people that deliver stuff on bicycles even. Delivery drivers such as that. All DoorDash personnel. Anybody that drives a vehicle on a road for a job. Period. That's the goal. We may have to take baby steps, but that is the ultimate. Thank you, Jim. Couriers. Thank you, guys. That's the ultimate goal. I want the guy who's driving the cars from one NASCAR track to the other. I want him to be educated, because, like the person said, you're not going to see human traffickers at the truck stop or at the Hardee's. No, you probably won't, okay? They're not going to have a sign that says, we got people in the back of this tractor trailer. But let me say this. We got 60-something so far. I think the last count was 61 individuals dead, and they're victims of human trafficking. Where were they? In the trailer of a big rig, in the trailer of an 18-wheeler. For miles before it stopped, they were jumping out to their death to try to save their lives. How can somebody sit here and say to me, it makes no sense that you want to educate truck drivers? Yep, it makes no sense to me either. I mean, just the last, 3 major cases involving human trafficking. The people were being transported by 18-wheeler. I'm just saying. Just saying. I think mailman, everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. If you drive a vehicle to do a job and you're on our highway, you need to know. It was horrible, Elise. It broke my soul. Some things, it can't even, it's beyond breaking your heart. It shatters it, you know? And I mean, there's babies in that shit too, y'all. We're not just talking about adults. There's babies in there too. And I just can't. But anyway, little man is not going with me today because little man is not going to miss church. He has to go to church. The kids in his class, that's how he says it. It's so cute. I'm going to church. The kids in my class, they expect me to be there. They like me and they want to play with me. That's what he told me, y'all. And I've got his story. He told another zombie story. And I'll make a little announcement about Little Man, you guys. I'll have the link when we get it done. His mom and I are working on getting him his own little story channel. I'm recording his stories, and I'm going to upload them for him. And he's just going to tell his stories. Whatever he feels like talking about. If he's going to tell you about his Thomas the Train, that's what he'll tell you about. If he wants to tell you about a new pair of shoes, that's what he'll tell you. Because you're not changing his mind. He's stubborn. But he wants to do it. And I think it's Coco Melon or something like that is the genre, I guess, the part of YouTube it is. Yeah, his always Percy stories, Miss Katie. But I talked, and what we're probably going to do is so that his face isn't in the videos, because YouTube is real funny about children's and new videos, and I understand. I'm working. The editing part is not easy because of the software issues. But what I'm working on doing is I'll have some like stock video footage that doesn't show his face, and I'll be playing that while I lay the soundtrack down for him. But you know, it's what he wants to do, and I don't see why not. September, I've never heard it quite said like that, but I actually like that, the way you told it off. Okay, so on with the next positive thing. So I've got a lobby group behind me for Summers Act, and so far, and that's why I'm doing the Zoom call, by the way, with the two trucking companies. They've agreed to go ahead and implement it for all new hires. They hadn't agreed for research yet, but for all new hires. And what they're going to do is they're going to run it for 6 months and just see how things go. If we can get the act passed, there will be federal and state grants that these companies will be able to receive. It'll almost be like they're being paid to educate their drivers and get the insurance breaks. So it's a good possibility for us to be able to do that. You know, if they go spend less than they make, it's a good, you know, it's good all the way around. There's no bad. There's really no downside. So, and the other thing is, I am waiting on an email back to schedule the time to speak to the director of advertising and sales for the Flying J and Pilot companies. Cross y'all's fingers, we're going to get Summers Board in every one of their stores. I'm not going to shut up and stop until it happens. I don't care. Doesn't matter. We gonna happen. We gonna walk into any Pilot, any Flying J. We gonna see a board like Walmart has with missing persons, and the name of the board is gonna be Summers Board. Melissa, I can't. I won't give up. We gonna put Summer's name. We gonna get her face and her name out there to where everybody knows her name, and then. I don't know of any better way to pay tribute to this little girl that has shined a light on so much corruption and just downright nastiness than to honor her with positive steps ahead. I don't want to do any, I don't want the negative, you know. That's one thing that upset me about the whole Tim Mullins and the phone call and crap. Don't put no more negative shit on this baby's name. Ain't she had enough? Oh, just sorry, not sorry. I know I got tears and I'm crying and people gonna make fun of me, but I'm not boo-hoo crying. I'm pissed off crying. I'm mad. I'm mad. This child should not have her name attached to the bullshit like that. It needs to be happy, positive, helpful. She was happy, positive. Well, he's trying to pass that stupid act in Summer's name, Miss Katie, about not recording phone calls and releasing them because he's big mad and butthurt that Chris McDonough recorded his boyfriend Don. And I said it today. I told y'all I'm not weight good, so my mouth might be close to writing a check somewhere. But I bet you I can cash it. I gotta blow my nose and stuff. But okay, here's what I wanted to say. Because I gotta get this out. So I didn't want to talk about this case because it is kind of personal to myself and my family and friends. When we get to it, you'll kind of understand why. I hope. I wanted to hear back from the father, the mother, and Katie, I don't think I want to. The father, the mother, and the two half-sisters. This young man's two half-sisters call me mom because they're all of them are right there at my kid's age, within a year. And the two half-sisters I've known since they were babies, and I was working with the Housing Authority after school programs and stuff, and it was hard. Oh no, I ain't got no boyfriend. I don't want one either, except him. So this case, I've had so many people, like when I proposed, that someone might have witnessed something that people were afraid to talk about, and that might be why she was made to get gone, you know. But everybody was like, no, she don't witness all this, and there ain't enough money to da-da-da. I'm going to show y'all. It can be smaller than you think. And I'm going to blow my nose. I will say, anybody that would like to contribute towards gas money and lunch money, it'd be greatly appreciated, but not expected. I am going to show y'all this news article that's up, and I'm going to let it play itself so I can check Miss Melissa's email. It's a Play News article. It's one of the few, and I can answer questions and expound greatly. And I'm going to let it play, and then I'm going to show y'all the most recent one, and then I'm going to tell y'all the full story that I'm allowed now by the parents. Yeah, I did. Well, they boys, it's friends, but anyway. Okay, so let's show this on the screen.
Mountain City, kidnapping charges against 3 people jailed in Johnson County in connection to a missing North Carolina man were upgraded Wednesday to include first-degree murder after a prosecutor made a motion in Johnson County General Sessions Court. Assistant District Attorney Dennis Brooks made the oral motion to Sessions Judge William B. Hawkins before what was supposed to be a preliminary hearing on assault and kidnapping. Just a quick word from our sponsor.
It's time to advance your career at Alchemy, a company advancing the development of pharmaceutical and biotech products. Alchemy has openings for scientists to help drive drug development in our plants across the Carolinas. Enjoy a signing bonus, free healthcare, 401k, and more. Visit workatalchemy.com.
Kidnapping charges for Michael Stacy May, 39, James Parker Combs, 31, and Brittany Michelle Arnold, 25. The charges stem from an incident that started in Burke County, North Carolina, January 19th, in which 6 people may have been involved in trying to get a drug debt from 29-year-old Carlton Lamar Edmondson. Johnson County and North Carolina investigators believe Edmondson was taken from Burke County into a remote wooded area of Johnson County where he was beaten and held for $700 in extortion money. Brooks said investigators recovered cell phone video evidence that identified the area in Johnson County where investigators said the assault occurred. That area has been searched extensively, and some evidence was collected, but there was no trace of Edmondson. Charges the 3 now face are: May, conspiracy to commit especially aggravated kidnapping and felony first-degree murder; Combs, extortion, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, conspiracy to commit especially aggravated kidnapping and felony first-degree murder; and Arnold, aggravated assault, conspiracy to commit especially aggravated kidnapping and felony first-degree murder. Bond for each of the defendants was set at $250,000. When asked on Thursday if the state believes Edmondson is dead, Brooks said, "That is our belief." Brooks said Hawkins accepted the upgraded charges based on his oral motion, but that he would file something in writing before the February 28 preliminary hearing. Attorneys for the 3 are Ryan Curtis for Arnold, T. Craig Smith for Combs, and C.J. Roberts for May. They asked for more time to prepare for the preliminary hearing after Brooks upped the charges. 2 other people, Robert Leroy Littleton, 31, and Lee Katarina Mina, were arrested in Johnson County in late January on fugitive from justice warrants charging them with first-degree kidnapping, but they were extradited back to North Carolina. Brooks said there could be additional people charged in the murder case, but he did not elaborate if Littleton and Mina were those individuals. Edmondson's family reported him missing January 19th, and a GoFundMe page titled Lovi's Light stated he was assaulted by 6 people at the same time after being taken to Tennessee. Lovi was apparently a nickname for Edmondson, according to Brooks. According to the GoFundMe page, Edmondson was known as Lovi to his family and friends for his loving personality as the amazing father to 1 son, the only child of his mother, the oldest son of his father, a loyal and loving brother and friend to many. Operation Lovi's Light refers to the light he has been to those who love him, and we want to keep that light going and bring him home and to see justice served. The phrase #JusticeForLovi was also circulating on social media as Edmondson's friends and family searched for answers. The family was reportedly contacted by the alleged kidnappers demanding $700 for Edmondson's return. Authorities said Edmondson was heard in the background begging for his life. Authorities have said the amount was for a drug debt. Anyone with information on Edmondson's whereabouts can contact the Burke County Sheriff's Office at 828-438-5500 or Morganton/Burke Crime Stoppers at 828-437-3333. All Crime Stoppers tips are anonymous, and anyone with information leading to the location of Edmondson may receive a cash reward. Information can also be given to the Johnson County Sheriff's Department at 423-727-7761.
Next article.
Editor's note: are you looking for a long weekend getaway?
Okay, so I don't know, Melissa, I just got your email. I will call you as soon as we end this live and before I leave out. It wasn't you, Lil Dev. It was our lovely Pie, who said I didn't have license and everything else. They haven't released another flyer. I had, again, our lovely Pie in the sky was very derogatory the last time that I was handing the flyers out and posting them about how that I'm trying to think of the word, but basically it was misleading, borderline criminal, because it said the reward fund, and there was no longer a reward fund. Oh, little Deb, you should know it's going to be probably Pie Face. Who else? Who else? Who else? You know, who else finds something negative, Nancy, to say every time you try to do something nice? Yep, sure did. I sure did, Miss Katie. On the road, I was deleting Pie Face. I deleted 3 of them. There's, and what, good morning, Miss Mama T. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the most recent article on this. Yes, September. It was just that it said there was a reward fund being offered, and that was the only thing that was changed. Anyway, I'm working on it, Tama. Somebody actually sent me the information on how to go through the process and do it. It's just hard when they don't show up for live streams. You ain't missed something. September, Pie Face is pie in the sky. I think pretty much all their comments have been between me and Cherokee and Katie and a couple others. I think that they've all been deleted. Okay, so a couple other little channel announcements, and then I'm going to finish what I was doing with this case because it is relevant to Summer's case. Yeah, September, you ain't missed nothing. It's a snarky, I honestly think it's David Cohen under another name. Yeah, Katie came up with the Pie Face, and I actually like it. Oh Lord, what did I just hit? I'll be clicking buttons in the live stream, y'all, and that's never good. Okay, so, ring a bell or not, it's just not important. Yeah, I agree, September. You know, some people hate it when you come up with an idea that they like and they didn't think of it. And I really just think it's what it is. And really, look, this is a missing child. This little girl just turned 6 years old on her birthday and still hasn't been found. At the end of the day, when all the bullshit is going on and all the drama and stuff, that's all I gotta remember. You know, and my thought process, and if it's wrong, so be it, I'm owning it. But my thoughts is, if I'm out here doing so, I'm getting off my ass, I'm getting off my fat ass, I'm walking out of my house, and I'm dedicating any moment that I can get a car free and have, you know, enough money to put the gas in the bitch to get somewhere to draw awareness to this little girl, you know? Rather than tell me you think it's dumb or the flyer's wrong or whatever, why aren't you offering to meet me somewhere and help me hand out flyers? Why are you not giving me an address to mail them to, like Miss Melissa's doing? Why are all you doing is making negative Nancy comments from the comfort of your computer, hiding who you are? I'm not hiding who I am. I've showed my face, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. If you're giving my pet peeve is for somebody to tell me what the fuck they think I'm doing wrong, whether it be a boss or whatever, and not offer corrective criticism. Criticize all you want, but if you're going to criticize, when you're criticizing, you need to have a solution to follow. Like, you know, I don't think this is a good idea to do it that way. Maybe if you did A, B, and C first, you know, that makes a difference. But when all you want to do is talk shit, you can eat shit. Didn't say, can I give you a ride? Do you want to meet at the bus station? None of that. I'll come and hold the camera while you hand out flyers and do interviews. I'll hand out flyers and do interviews. None of that. None of that. You know? Yes, I agree, Katie. There's a reason that they're trying to distract. What you got to hide is my question. Now, what I did want to say again, if mods can and will, please do drop the links. If anybody can help support the effort today, it would be greatly appreciated. Gas is killing the game. I'm trying to tell you. Because it is, absolutely, Mama T. I gotta call you anyway. I'll get your info. I'll make sure I get some mailed out to you. I want to go back to this case, and there's a reason. Number one, well, there's two reasons, and I'm going to show y'all the law I was talking about with Jody Sue. That's the other thing I want to show and make clear. So maybe it'll help y'all understand why I'm talking about this. Everything that occurred in this case, the people, where they're from, where the murder took place, all is less than 30 minutes away from 110 Ben Hill Road, Summers' residence, when she went missing. Why is that important? Didn't Ronnie tell us that they don't got no problem around that area with drugs? Just saying, ain't no drug problem, right? Okay. The reason I say that the way I say it is because I'm going to show y'all. I think most of y'all know I'll talk about it, I be about it. I prefer that. Now, I'm pulling this up to make sure that I got this ready as well. Because I was trying to explain about Jody Sue's charges that we looked over in 2009. And I was trying to explain to you that there was a specific law that changed in 2014. September, no. Do you know who they are? I hope you get them. What's up, RJ? RJ, I wonder if you've heard about this case. So, all right, let's see. Let me pull this up. This is where the female got sentenced. I'll show y'all pictures too. Let's do this. So, at this point in time, if I can get it larger, I'm trying. Let's see. I hope this is the expand button. Nope, sure wasn't, of course. Shit. Not used to this. Okay, y'all just have to see it this way, I guess. Those are the 6 individuals that were involved in the crime. 2 of them are a married couple. Let's see, hold on. This is the gentleman. I'm blowing his picture up, hopefully. Over here on the right is the gentleman that was kidnapped and murdered. Absolutely, Apple. Now, RJ, if you were around at this time and you heard of this case, let me know. It was Johnson City is where everybody lived. I looked up Google and maps and mapped. It's where the actual murder took place is 30.2 miles from 110 Ben Hill Road. Where the people lived is between 21 miles and 32 miles from the Wells residence. It's okay. Come on back. I'm trying to get back to the article, and of course it's moving slow. Okay, come on. The swirl today is real because I'm in a hurry. Okay, so I want to read. This is the most recent update, and I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to tell y'all what happened. Unfortunately, I knew the family of this young man. He graduated with my children. They're the same age. I knew a lot about this case. This is this is the first actual case that I was ever involved in. I missed what that question was. It was on a local level, but it is the first actual case that I was involved in. And of course, everything's moving slow to where I can't even read nothing. You should be able to tag anybody in the chat if they have a symbol in their name, or you type the lowercase and it's capital, or anything like that. Is it just one person, or is it a lot of people, Katie? I got you, RJ. I'm going to read this article, and then I'm going to tell y'all what happened. And for all those people that say that Don and Candace had to owe somebody a whole lot of money for them to even think about doing anything to anybody, or got you, Katie. Katie, send me a text or email with the name, and I'll tell you. For the people that say that they would have had to owe a whole lot of drug money or money to somebody for anything to have happened to Summer, or it couldn't have been that she just happened upon something she wasn't supposed to see and saw it, and that nobody wouldn't do, or like the two gentlemen that said, yeah, they do their drugs, but they would never hurt nobody, especially a child. At this point, I'm going to show y'all why I say that's bullshit. That is glossing over what really is going on. Because when you put methamphetamines and heroin in the mix, it's not like talking about somebody that's smoking marijuana and they wouldn't do this or they wouldn't do that. It's not, you're not talking about somebody that drank a pint of moonshine. You're just not. Welcome, Annette. It's a different mentality. That stuff eats away at your brain. You don't think clear. You're up. The average is 4 days when they're doing it. Gotcha, Katie. The average is 4 days that they're up without sleep. As long as you have some people 8 to 12 days without sleep. Absolutely astronaut. Good way to put it. Nothing good comes from any drug that you put directly in a vein. Amen to that one. But you got to think about it. Sleep deprivation is a technique that is constantly used by all governments as a form of torture. You can't tell me that anybody would be thinking properly and doing normal stuff that they would do if they're on day 4 without sleep, or even day 3 without sleep, while they're also on drugs. And like I said, we're going, let me refresh this right quick. And like I said, I've spoken to the family to make sure that it's okay for me to discuss this and tell what I know. Huh. Wow. I think so too, Miss Katie. Just be aware there's an issue. Email me if y'all can't. I can send anybody to the block party, okay? What's up, Miss Rhonda? Okay. Come on, computer. Okay, here we go. Alright. Woman sentenced to life in prison in Johnson City murder case. This was published February the 8th of 2022. I'm going to see. Hold on. It should play.
Parole for a count of first-degree murder. Other charges, she's one of 6 suspects charged in the disappearance of Carl.
Need to remodel your kitchen? We've got a loan for that.
Carlton Edmondson. He was reported missing in January of 2018. The Johnson County Sheriff's Office believes the suspect and assaulted him in a remote area of the county where charges. She's one of 6 suspects has been sentenced. A judge sentenced. The second of 6 people charged in a Johnson County murder case has been sentenced. A judge sentenced Valerie Dollar to life in prison with the possibility of parole for a count of first-degree murder. She has a sentencing hearing scheduled for May 31st on other charges. She's one of 6 suspects charged in the disappearance of Carlton Edmondson of North Carolina. He was reported missing in January of 2018. The Johnson County Sheriff's Office believes the suspects kidnapped Edmondson from North Carolina and assaulted him in a remote area of the county where it's believed that he died. Robert Littleton was found guilty of first-degree murder in the case last July and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Also charged in the case, Michael May, James Combs, Lee Mina, and Brittany Arnold. May is due in court in March.
Finally, I'm unmuted. Lord have mercy. I only had to hit it 57 times. Okay, I was trying to answer some questions that I've seen up through here. Yes, the murder happened in Johnson City. I have said that about 5 times now. And I said that I Googled just to be for certain. I mapped it from the house, the Wells residence, to the location where the murder took place is less than 30 miles. Okay? The reason we're talking, Annette, about interrogation techniques is what I said was when you introduce methamphetamines and heroin, specifically those methamphetamines, and I promise I'll bring it full circle. We're going to bring it right back to Ben Hill. Y'all just stay with me on the ride. When you introduce that, and sleep deprivation, yes, it is in the direct area. Matter of fact, if anybody has researched or looked, and RJ's here in the chat, he can verify, when you go on Beach Creek, you're in Hawkins County. You drive a couple miles, you're in Sullivan County. And I always get confused. Is it Washington County or Greene County? There's 3 counties in less than a 10-mile little radius. And as far as the car goes, yes, it's paid off. No, I can't deliver food. Yes, I still have that job. They're begging me to come back to work. But thank you, astronaut. But since the car's not running right, I can crank it. But after about 15-20 minutes of driving, it starts overheating. And 40 minutes sitting in the driveway idling, and it's running hot. Until that's fixed, I can't drive shit. It's still, the tag doesn't expire until November. The insurance I've paid up until November. So that's my next goal. I'm working on it. But right now, my immediate goal is to bring awareness and attention to Summers' case and victims of human trafficking. Now, we're going to go back to this case, and I don't know what all this crap is here. This is the testimony. I'm hoping that I don't have to tell y'all what was testified to, that one of these articles would, but it's going to make me read it. Because it's pretty graphic, it's pretty rough. No. Apple of his eye, I have put a heater core, a thermostat, a radiator, a top radiator hose, a bottom radiator hose, all on the car. And it's still doing that. So today, sometime, that's right, September, one step at a time, and I'm just going to have faith and trust. That's what I thought, RJ. Like, literally, you can go Hawkins County, Sullivan County, Washington County, and Greene County, like, within less than 20 miles, 20 minutes, right in that area. That's what I was told by a local, is if you get in the Beach Creek area, within 30 minutes of taking a right turn or a left turn, you can enter 4 different counties without realizing it. In 4 different counties without recognizing. Let's put it that way. But anyway, no lease. Running the car with no thermostat, it still overheats. And the thermostat is good. I checked it before we put it in the car. If y'all know, you can drop it in a pot of boiling water. You can set it on the eye of your stove top to see if it opens up. The other one I had was stuck closed. It wasn't opening up. So, but anyway, oh, Annette, that's terrible. I'm sorry. But they are, at least some of them come like starters. Most of them's rebuilt now, and your outdaters, you get them. Some of them's bad. I've got them. It's just terrible. Annette, yeah, I don't know. So local cooks there, I don't understand what your point is, but whatever. I don't think so, September, but I could be wrong, honey. I don't know on that. Okay. Testimony is underway in a Johnson County murder trial. Robert Leroy Littleton is one of 6 people charged with first-degree murder in the death of Carlton Lamar Edmondson. Investigators said Edmondson was taken to remote areas of Carter County and Johnson County and assaulted. The case originated in Burke County, North Carolina. So y'all just know where I live. I live in bloody Burke. Annette, Don didn't call 911. It's been said many times. There was one 911 call. It came in at 6:23 p.m. When Don called, my understanding is that he was in, God, I'm terrible with the counties. He was at the Meadows working. And that's Jonesboro. He called and was connected with their police department, and they transferred him over. I don't know. I'll look that up September. Thank you, RJ, because I couldn't remember what county that was in. That's the understanding I have. Chris McDonough spent 3 lives ago was very specific that there was one 911 call at 6:23 p.m. and it wasn't made by either parent. Might explain why they're not releasing the 911 calls, you guys. Because Don B even said he sent the request in. He sent his money in. He was denied his request and his money was not returned. Just saying. Anyway, I want to get back to this because I want to bring it full circle and explain to y'all some laws about methamphetamines. If, at least I don't know right now, it's not what I'm talking about. If there's no problem with the methamphetamines in that area or in Tennessee, period, why did Tennessee have to have a specific law to address that? And if there's not a problem with it on Ben Hill, and there's not a use of Miss JSB and her crew abusing it, then why was that what you were charged with? Now I'm going to bring it full circle, and I want to explain to y'all, and I need people with an open mind to hear me and listen, because there's been multiple times in my section where I've got drugged, and people's trolled me and talked shit and said, they ain't making enough money and moving enough for nothing to do nothing to nobody. Even the neighbors, when they were interviewed, the 2 gentlemen that JLR talked to at the bottom of the road, they're just using their drugs. They ain't hurting nobody. They're not doing nothing. They just want to do their drugs. They wouldn't hurt nobody. Really? Really? Okay, let's see. How much money does it take for 6 people, 30 minutes from the Wells residence to kill somebody? Let's answer that question. And let's answer the question, did they get their money back and still kill him? And what did they do? Because to me, that's important. Gotcha. Yes, West, Middle, East. Thank you, September. I knew there's like Middle Tennessee, West, and East. To me, it's the mountain area is what we're speaking of right now. Anyway, the case originated in Burke County, North Carolina, when the victim's parents contacted the police to report their son's kidnapping and ransom demands by the suspects. Rhonda, 6:23 p.m. one call was made. Don did talk to the authorities. We don't know if the transfer call when he was in Jonesboro to Hawkins County is the call that they're giving them credit for. But if there was 911 was not dialed and it was transferred from one county to another, it would explain why there's no 911 call to be released. There's only two reasons. Either there's not one or they're holding it for a criminal case as evidence. Period. Lord have mercy. I must be. Am I muted? Got you, astronaut. Okay, now back to what I came up to actually talk about and stuff. Okay, in all, 6 people are charged with murder and will be tried separately. The trial is expected to last most of the week. As I'm gonna have to find the one from our newspaper article where it details what was said during the trial and everything else. Oh, is the video? Oh my God. Okay, please let this tell and not make me read it. That's all I want to know. Please, Lord, let it talk and not make me read this part. That's what I said. That's what I figure, RJ. That makes sense. Oh, Apple, that's cool. I didn't see Mac and Screams, but good morning. Y'all, I'm having a terrible hot flash. Sorry. I was going to say, Dave Faraday's usually our reporter. Come on, load. Oh, Lord. Of course, it's going to take 17 days to load, ain't it? Y'all, I hate the hot flashes, too. I'm trying to tell you. I hear little man, he's getting ready for church. Finally. And, of course, it's going to start immediately playing, you guys. Establishing secure connection. Lord Jesus, it's going to drive me bananas. I'd like to throw this stream sometime. Oh. He's in there getting ready. I can hear him in the kitchen right now. I told it's so cute. He says the kids at the church want him to come because they're his friends and they like him. I'm getting irritated. I can't get to the controls on here because it says it's establishing a secure connection. And y'all can't see that part either, of course. There we go, finally. Hold on. Can y'all hear it talking? Because I'm not hearing the sound. That's why I paused it. Let's see. See if that works.
A man who was kidnapped 3 weeks ago and held for ransom. Also, investigators say they found shells in the mountains for a man who was kidnapped 3 weeks ago and held for ransom. Also, investigators say they found cell phone videos that show Carlton Edmondson being beaten by his kidnappers. Channel 9's Dave Verity was with search crews today. Well, investigators were able to use that cell phone video and interviews to find the exact spot where that beating took place. You can see right over here, they marked it with blue tape. It is from here that they are searching in every direction. We can see law enforcement from both North Carolina and Tennessee head into the hills looking for Carlton Edmondson. Criminologists from Western Carolina University are using cadaver dogs to search a 1 square mile area around where he was last known to be alive.
And when I made my decision to do this a long time ago, I just really reflected on what it would be like not knowing.
Deputies say Edmondson was kidnapped 3 weeks ago. His kidnappers called his parents a half dozen times, making ransom demands of $700. Channel 9 has learned some of the 6 arrests made so far were done by using voice recognition technology.
Oh, I bet it's echoing. I can't.
They discovered of the beating.
It's not good to watch. I mean, the way these people did this young man, I mean, nobody shouldn't be treated like that.
We followed the dogs and marked it with blue tape. It is from here that they are with search crews today. Well, investigators were able to use that cell phone video and interviews to find the exact spot where that beating took place. You can see right over here, they marked it with blue tape. It is from here that they are searching in every direction. We could see law enforcement from both North Carolina and Tennessee head into the hills looking for Carlton Edmondson. Criminologists from Western Carolina University are using cadaver dogs to search a 1 square mile area around where he was last known to be alive.
And when I made my decision to do this a long time ago, I just really reflected on what it would be like not knowing.
Deputies say Edmondson was kidnapped 3 weeks ago. His kidnappers called his parents a half dozen times, making ransom demands of $700. Channel 9 has learned some of the 6 arrests made so far were done by using voice recognition technology from the 2 cell phone videos they discovered of the beating.
It's not good to watch. I mean, the way these people did this young man, I mean, nobody shouldn't be treated like that.
We followed the dogs and their handlers as they checked several different locations in the rugged terrain near the North Carolina-Tennessee border. Edmondson's mother told us by phone she is thankful.
I know, I fixed the echo. Yep, $700. I will explain all this. That's his mom in the picture. I know her. I graduated with his father from high school. If y'all think it makes you sick with what you've heard right now, wait till I tell you the whole story. And it is important. And let me tell y'all why it's important. This is local. So for everybody that says it's got to be like 70,000, 50,000, 90,000, no, but it doesn't now. It doesn't. There's heartless people out there that will kill you for $5. That's one. 2. My question right now is all this search, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't have been searched for. Don't take it that way, because this is people I grew up with. This is their child that graduated with my children, that went to middle school with my children. But what my question is it that different from 30 miles to have the ability to search for a missing person? Is it that different in Tennessee for the locals that are in my chat? Is there that much of a difference in the ability for people to be able to get out and search for a missing person? If that makes any sense to anybody. This man was 29. Summer was 5. What's the difference? Mama T, I had the same problem. Just get you a wireless mouse. The one that's on my, if you do Amazon, look at that one. It's on there. You charge it up. It stays charged for like 2 weeks. Takes about 15 minutes to fully charge it. It doesn't take a plug into a USB port. It's fully Bluetooth. It's like $13. It's thebomb.com. I could not copy, paste, do shit till I got that. And now it's better. Now back to what I was saying. That's the first question I had to ask. And anybody that's local in the chat, please let me know. I'm trying to understand this, you know. Nope, you're right, September. This is the one. Yes. This is the first case that I ever worked on. I didn't have a YouTube channel or nothing. It was all... And the difference is in the agency, but there shouldn't be a difference in the agency. TBI is TBI, Cherokee girl. That's who... TBI is who was over this case. And searching. Over the search. So, nope, shouldn't be a difference. It's a state agency. It's still the same state. North Carolina was allowed the SBI and our specific rescue squad, the one that does search and rescue at Linville Gorge, where we have hikers go missing every season because they think they know more than everybody. Those were allowed to help search. And I'm just wondering, what is the difference? Because the same agencies are involved. So why are they not out looking for somewhere like that? Why do we have to beg and throw a fit? I mean, that's the question I'm asked. I don't, you know, back in Screams, the most recent court hearing was February the 8th of 2022. Oh, I can tell you why about all this. I have the answers. I'm going to let the article finish playing. Lovey, or Carlton Edmondson, as his given name is, he was 29. You know, it started, the fungulitis did slow down. Everything probably would have been adjudicated probably right around the time that Summer went missing, if it wasn't for the fungulitis. It did throw it about 6 months to 8 months behind. You're good, Mac and Screams, auntie. But it is recent. I mean, fairly recent. And once we get done with this part, what? With LiDAR and all? Yeah, I agree, Astronaut. That's what I feel like. Seeking Serenity, you have no idea. Because when I tell you what happened with the 700, y'all gonna be floored. I'm gonna let this finish playing, and then I'm gonna go over this story, and then I'm gonna show y'all. If y'all recall, when we were looking at Miss JSB's charges in 2009, there was that one for failing to properly register medications. Well, thank you to RJ somewhere in the chat, because he did it. Oh, what you mean, what do I mean, September? The 700 and everything else? The news ain't going to tell you the whole story. I'm going to tell you the whole story, as told to me by the mom, the dad, and the recorded calls. You know, the news ain't telling us the whole story in summer. Would you think they would tell us the whole story and everything else? Oh, yeah, September. $700. $700. That's what the hell this was over. And actually, the 700 was an exaggeration and an addition added on to. Truth be said, the debt and what occurred wasn't even all his. But it was less than $500 total. I'll explain. I just won't let this finish playing. And kind of get myself together a minute. This does make me emotional, and I apologize, y'all, but I watched two strong men that I had known since I was in junior high, because we didn't have middle school. One of which this is his oldest son. Man, that's his ex-wife. I watched that man break down and bawl. And I watched them do please, because they knew their son was gone. Oh no, I ain't blaming the news. I'm just saying they're not going to tell it all. Especially before they finished. I couldn't even talk about it until this last trial happened. But got you, RJ. That's what I figured, honey. Nope. And then it wasn't about an example. Nope. Just let this finish playing, and I'll tell you.
Thankful for those searching.
Continue to pray that God lays it upon the suspect's heart to let us know, what they've done.
And despite hours of searching, they have not found any sign of the missing 30-year-old. But law enforcement from both states tell me that they're not going to give up. They're hoping to get some answers for that family. Reporting from Tennessee, I'm Dave Faraday, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Hey ladies, we're giving out a ton of these Bath & Body Works products right now for free. No credit card needed. We'll ship it right to your door. Just take a 2-minute search.
Continues in the mountains for a man who was kidnapped 3 weeks ago and held for ransom. Also, investigators say they found cell phone videos that show Carlton Edmondson being beaten by his kidnappers. Channel 9's Dave Faraday was with search crews today.
Well, investigators were able to use that cell phone video and interviews to find the exact spot where that beating took place. You can see right over here, they marked it with blue tape. It is from here that they are searching in every direction. We could see
I feel like I'm spending way too much time dealing with other people's problems.
Just days after he was served with a court order barring him from coming near his father, Cook County prosecutors said Carlton Edmondson murdered the 61-year-old and mutilated
Alright, I'm going to give a trigger warning before I play this, because this is the part I see his aunt and uncle walking out of the court right now. Trying to just fix the banner. If you wait September, you'll know. I know. I know how I know, but I'm trying to let y'all be told. Patience is a virtue. I'm trying to learn it myself. Even though I'm like y'all, my patience with Summers' case is really beginning to wear thin. Because there's just so many players that are foul. Okay. If y'all listen, I'm sorry about the echo, I'm going to fix it. Trigger warning, because in this part, it's got it set to where you're not going to be able to see the video, but the cell phone footage that was just being talked about, that is what got these people called up. Because two recorded parts of the meeting and kept it. So just listen. That's all I ask. And then I'm going to tell you, well, I'll tell you now. Would it shock you to know that these people got their $700? Would it shock you to know that these people got their $700 twice for certain and almost a third time before they killed him? His cousin sent the money the first time through a wire transfer. It was picked up. His daddy sent the money the second time. I've seen the proof. Like I said, before I ever had a YouTube channel, and those that think that means it's a long time, I've had my YouTube channel like a year and 2 months. This case was the first thing I was ever drawn into like this. Oh, it's worse than you think. They're lucky that they weren't charged with a hate crime for what they said and did. It also, that's another thing that it's important to draw a parallel. And by the way, let me ask y'all a question, because I was born and raised in the South. So when people say that the rebel flag and the Confederate flag is heritage, it's part of their heritage, it's part of their culture, it's part of what they were raised, it's their history. Okay, Jody Sue might can get by with that, but let me ask y'all something. Candace, every time you see her, has a rebel flag hanging in the house, wearing it on her face and everything else. Her and her family roots are from Wisconsin. They were not part of the South in the Civil War. So it can't be that it's part of her heritage. And that's just a question that's bothered me. Because it's not part of you were on the other side during the Civil War. You and your family were on the other side. So, September, I'm not saying I agree with that as heritage and history. If y'all, nobody really wants my personal opinion on it, being from the South. My personal opinion is, why would you want to represent the side that lost? In most other countries that have had a civil war, if you display the losing side's flag, you're probably going to prison or get shot or something, things. Don't believe me? Check it out and do research. That's one of our freedoms. It's like, I work with the public a lot in my previous capacities. You can refuse service to anybody at any time. I'll never forget being told, exactly, RJ. And I think it's a museum thing. I think it's something you can't ever forget history and how it played out, or you're doomed to repeat it. You've got to, just like we teach our children, when you make a mistake, you have to learn from it so you don't repeat it again. I've seen all sides growing up, to wake up at 9 years old and see a cross burning in the yard next door to you, it'll definitely make you think different. That's for certain, Yeah. I mean, why do you want to celebrate the losing side? Oh my God, Lisa, I'm so sorry. Bless your heart. Everybody, please throw praying hands and hearts in the chat right now for Miss Lisa Bradley. She lost her daddy last night. Maybe I ain't been there since I was 21, and I know that pain. I'm so sorry, Miss Lisa. TN Southern Hell, I have to disagree with you. The county I live in is called Bloody Burke. We're famous for hanging the first woman at the courthouse. And that's not what it meant for me growing up. That's not the actions and terms associated with, astronaut, then you know what I'm saying, people. So y'all think there's a reason to fly the Nazi flag? For those that are saying that. Oh, Lisa, I've been there too. Oh, bless your heart, September. No, Southern Hell, I'm not disagreeing with what it meant to you. But what I'm asking is, why celebrate the losing side? Absolutely, RJ. It's been turned into something a lot different than what it was. September, no, the swastika flag is not a U.S. thing, but it was a world war that it was in. If you go to Germany right now and you put up a swastika, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. Right, September, you can't. You can't. And history showed us after that war was over, the two flags were merged together to make one unified flag. So, still flying that losing side to flag gives the impression that you are supporting the thought process that flag meant during that time. You're right, seeking serenity on that one. And considering that most hate groups have adopted that as their symbol or a portion of their symbol. I mean, listen, you can put a pig in a dress and put some lipstick on it, but it's still a damn pig. Just sorry, honest opinion. I don't want to support the losing side. Kathy Marsh, I beg to disagree with you. At 9 years old, when the KKK was in the white sheets burning the cross in the neighbor's yard next to me, and my daddy was shooting the 12 gauge because they were scaring his youngin'. And by the way, my grandfather was one of the Grand Wizards. That flag was their symbol. Absolutely, Lisa. Absolutely, it has been. I agree with you, Miss Bradley, on that one, totally. And so let me ask y'all this. Those of you that are saying that it's not racist and it never was and it's been turned into that. So, during the Civil War, what did the side that was flying the Confederate flag, what were they fighting for? What did they stand for then? Well, September, come visit me. I'll take you to about 20 houses where it's placed, and I guarantee you're going to hear the N word said. I guarantee you're going to hear, let's see, I don't really want to say it. You're going to hear the term for Asian Americans that has a word that starts with R, and another word that's burner. I'm trying to think what else. What white flag? I'm confused, Bama Cat. I don't know which one you mean. It was the states, Annette. It was actually the states' rights. Rhonda, she'll have to remove your comment too. You can't put that in the chat. That's probably why they said that. It was actually the states' right to own slaves. But anyway, I agree, September, on that. Bama Cat and Rhonda, the mods are going to have to remove those comments. If they don't, I have to. It's in violation of YouTube standards. You know, we can't even type Texas. Anyway, I'm going to let this finish playing.
Look at it. She needs to look at it. Look at it.
The headline is there about Johnson County because, as I have stated since the beginning of this man was kidnapped from my town and taken to Johnson City and murdered. Less than 30 miles away from Summer's home. You didn't lose sound. It's messing up. I don't know what you need to delete either, September, but I'm taking care of it because I asked the mods and nobody's doing, so I'm going to get it real quick.
A cell phone video of what authorities believe was a beating that led to a Burke County kidnapped victim's death was played inside a Tennessee courtroom today.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rob.
Stacey May, James Combs, and Brittany Arnold are all charged with murder in the death of Lamar Edmondson. Family members testified they heard Edmondson beg for his life in ransom calls while being beaten. WBTV's Steve Onesorge has this story from Mountain City, Tennessee. It's all new on primetime.
Lanisha Kincaid went to court knowing a video of her son getting assaulted would be shown, but she had to do it, she said.
It may be the very last time that I ever hear my son's voice.
But what she saw and heard was heartbreaking and terrifying.
Listen.
Her son Lamar Edmondson, known as Lovey to many, pleading for his life as kidnappers were on a phone demanding money from his family.
Auntie's gonna be laying out here.
Lanisha and Lamar's dad left the courtroom for a few minutes, then came back in tears. The three suspects, though, weren't crying. Stacey May was smiling at one point, even with this on the screen.
I'm sorry.
Lanisha testified about those ransom calls and hearing her son in the background.
He said they're not playing. They're gonna kill me.
You can see someone holding suspects, though, weren't crying. Stacey May was smiling at one point.
A beating that led to a Burke County kidnapped victim's death was played inside a Tennessee courtroom today.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rob.
Stacey May.
Kathy, I apologize that you joined late. It is Johnson City where the beating and the murder took place. There are six. Kathy, honey, I'm not going to rewind and go over the last hour and 45 minutes. If you just rewind and play, you'll understand. Seeking Serenity, I rewound so I could tell you because the news was actually wrong about who walked out. Miss Kathy, the live stream's been going on for an hour and 45 minutes. If you just rewind, you'll understand what it has to do with Summer. I went into a very lengthy explanation that lasted about 38 minutes. And since I'm getting ready to leave to go to Tennessee, I've got to get this done so I can get on the road, so I can do something positive to help Summer.
James Combs and Brittany Arnold are all charged with murder in the death of Lamar Edmondson. Family members testified they heard Edmondson beg for his life in ransom calls while being beaten. WBTV's Steve Onesorge has this story from Mountain City, Tennessee. It's all new on primetime.
Lanisha Kincaid went to court knowing a video of her son getting assaulted would be shown, but she had to do it, she said.
It may be the very last time that I ever hear my son's voice.
But what she saw and heard was heartbreaking and terrifying.
Listen.
Her son Lamar Edmondson, known as Lovey to many, pleading for his life as kidnappers were on a phone demanding money from his family.
Auntie's gonna be laying out here.
Lanisha and Lamar's dad left the courtroom for a few.
The two people that you see exiting the courtroom right now, the bald-headed lady with the earrings, That's the gentleman that was kidnapped and murdered his mother. The man in the black hoodie with the glasses is his father. I already got you, Miss Rhonda. It's fine, baby.
Few minutes, then came back in tears. The three suspects, though, weren't crying. Stacey May was smiling at one point, even with this on the screen.
I'm sorry.
Lanisha testified about those ransom calls and hearing her son in the background.
He said they're not playing. They're gonna kill me.
You can see someone holding a phone close to Lamar during the beatings. Lanisha heard his cries for help.
He was hollering, "Mama."
This is what I'm talking about when I said the news is not going to tell you the entire story, that they can't. And I think some people might have misunderstood. Might have misunderstood what I meant. They're not going to show it because they can't. It would be a violation of, like, the rating system. That's how graphic and how violent this video is. How do I know this? Because I have seen it. Along with the family when they viewed it.
Mama, come help me. Come get me.
Excited?
Please, come get me. And I couldn't get there.
Investigators say they are still building the cases against those charged, but there is still a ways to go, they tell me. But the major push continues to be finding the victim. So far, they've had no luck, but authorities tell me they're not going to give up. In Mountain City, Tennessee, Steve Onusorge, WBTV on your side.
WBTV is on your side.
And by the way, for those asking me, what does this have to do with summer? First of all, you're good, September, baby. First of all, the title to this video says nothing about summer. This is not Summer's channel, though I mention Summer in every video because from day one that I've talked about her case, I have continued to talk about her case and I will not stop. But if you have a problem that I cover another case or I talk about any other case, then maybe this isn't the right channel for you. What does this have to do with Summer's case? I've said since day one, number one, I believe that drugs are intimately involved. Yes, astronaut. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to highlight your comment because thank you. Thank you. If they hadn't made the phone calls they made and made that video, his case would be moving in the same place in the same way Summers is. My question is, less than 30 miles apart and in the same state with the same state agency involved in the investigation, we're hearing they don't have the money to search for Summer. There's a problem with the searches. Remember, Coop got took off of it. Hawkins County took it over. They're going broke. They can't search. But we didn't hear that when Lovey was missing. And TBI was over that case. I know. I was involved. His father's name is Robert. They didn't tell y'all that. We call him Little Rob, even though he's big as hell. Okay. I hope so, September. I hope so. I hope so. This case, I also want, there's another reason I want us to understand time frames. This was in 2018 when he was kidnapped. That's right, Lisa, but they wouldn't allow EquiSearch to do it for free. And locals are begging to search. Thank you. Thank you. That's, you guys are picking up what I'm putting down and where I'm coming from. Why? Why? This is killing me. Nobody talked, by the way, in this case. Nobody talked. Metadata, cell phone footage, and those calls to the parents is what got them. Now, they're $700. They got paid $700, and I've seen the proof and the receipts twice. So they got $1,400, and they still killed him. Absolutely astronaut, they do. Yes, they did, Rhonda. Yeah. Apple, this case, the Mina Lee girl was the wife of the guy they showed laughing. They were all at an apartment in what we call the projects. Housing Authority. The main drag. The apartment that they were in, I lived directly behind it. There's complexes, 1st Street, 2nd Street. 1st Street, that's where they were. I was on 2nd Street. Out my back door, and about 40 paces, normal walking paces, and I would have been at the back door of the apartment that they were all in. They were all hanging out. The guy that was married to the girl had the dope. From what I understand, there was 7 grams of METH, because I've said it a lot and I'll get in trouble by YouTube. He left and went to go do something. Still nobody knows what he went to do. There was 3 different stories told. The other 5 individuals, plus the one that got murdered, were at that apartment. They used his drugs while he was gone. And they couldn't find enough to replace them. They bought as much as they could, and apparently put fake stuff in with it. He figured it out. The wife that gave access to everybody to the drugs, and the rest of the individuals, told the guy, Stacy, that it was the gentleman Levy that used all his stuff. That's why they wanted the $700. That's what he said he was missing in drugs. $700 worth of drugs. That's what he called and he asked for. They videotaped that. It got played in the courtroom. His daddy, his mama, his brother, his sister, his uncle, his aunt, his grandmother, his grandfather, all sat and watched it. All of them did. He begged for his life on the phone when they called asking for a ransom. Oh, it gets better because they still, even though, and let me explain this to you, for those that want to know, how does this apply to Summer? They still have not found his body. They still have not found blood, hair, skin, tooth, nothing. And 6 people are convicted and in prison. Understand what I'm saying? Rhonda, I don't know about the prices on all that. Just know it was $700. I know what was quoted. I know what was said to the family on the phone. I've heard the recorded calls. Yes, his family knew that he had an issue with drug use. As they should be, right? My point is, just to understand, 6 people are in prison for murder, and there's no body. Do y'all get where I'm going with this? We cannot give up that if somebody did something a little summer, that they will stand and justice will be served, even if we don't find her. 30 miles. 6 people are in prison. Nobody. The same judicial system. The same state agency. This happened in 2018. The first trial and charges were the end of 2020. Absolutely, RJ. There's a whole reason behind what I'm saying. The last trial didn't start till February 8th of 2022. What you mean nobody ain't in prison? What ain't nobody in prison for, Apple? Who, Apple, for what? All 6 offenders? Apple, are you talking about in this case? Yeah, I agree, Rhonda. Apple, are you talking about this case? Okay. Because I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so confused. Use my tagline. Oh, honey, my stepbrother's dead, and the person that was with him, expert swimmer that he was when he drowned, her daddy worked for the sheriff's department, needless to say. So it was an accident, and he had a history of drug use and abuse, so investigation closed. An astronaut, even the locals have said that if the sheriff of Sullivan County is reached out to, he would be more than glad to assist. On camera. Okay. I'm looking for something, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I was hoping Killer Looks would come in here because I wanted to ask him about a post on his community wall that I don't know what means. So I'm going to show you guys and see if anybody knows. Melissa, that I believe would be up to Ronnie Lawson and the authorities in general in Hawkins County to call in the National Guard. I know that's how it works in North Carolina anyway. I'm glad this ain't Texas, Manic Mama T. By the way, there was something told to the family about where he is that the rest of the people wasn't. And it never was found. But needless to say, that's what I thought, RJ. And it's whoever's in charge of the case currently, is my understanding, that would have to ask. Oh, well, Lisa. I graduated high school with both of them. And, you know, he's the father. Y'all might not would have known this by looking, but the daddy, he's an accomplished chef. Went to culinary school. This case made him move back home. I don't either, astronaut. That's the question I want to know. Broke up his marriage. They were living in Winston-Salem. He had a good job working as a chef at a well-known restaurant. He was the lead chef. And left. Good job, Melissa. Keep calling. Shit me. When I call you, give me the numbers. I'll call them at least twice a day just for shits and giggles. I can add them to the rotation. I can ask them the questions that I want answered. Because I've tried, by the way, local law enforcement, I've tried. I'm going to try again today. I'm not going to tell everybody where I'm going to be, but I will tell you this. I'm going to try again today to see if I can get a statement from Hawkins County Sheriff Department. Melissa, y'all, and Rhonda, RJ might have gave me a reason. RJ, if you're still here, I'll drop a link and let you explain. I've got what you sent me in the email, and I would love to have you explain it to people if it'll work and we can get you to come up. It's your research. I'm not going to take credit. You guys know how I am about that. I'm not going to take credit. If he don't get up and explain it, I'm still going to say he sent it to me and give credit. I don't like it done to me, and I won't do it to others. Okay, RJ, I just dropped the link, and I've already got the stuff that you sent me pulled up. I'm going to show, while we're trying to pull you up, I want to show this comment, and RJ, you might want to see it too. I don't understand what he means by this, and I was hoping Killer Looks would be in the chat. I haven't talked to him to ask. Well, I know, but still. A lot of people don't give credit where they should. That's all. I don't know if you guys can read. Let me know if you can read this. Mac and Scream, send me an email because I'm coming near you. Very near. If everything works out. I love me some Killer Looks too, and Wifey. They are fun people. They're wonderful, nice people. They got good hearts, and I love the accent. Can't help it. No, Betty Joe, if you rewind, I just showed that's not true. That's what I don't understand. If you can't read this, let me know. I am as soon as I get off here. So I'm saying anybody that would like to assist and help out, help pay for some lunch or some gas, because gas is killing it. This is my second trip in 2 days. I'm going to finish part 3 of the interview that I started, and I've already put part 1 out today. I got a second interview to that yesterday, and I hope to get some more today. Mac and Scream's girl, don't worry. Most people think them deep, dirty South accents is quite sexy. Let me know if you guys can or cannot read this comment. Let me see. RJ, are you up here yet? No, he's not backstage yet. Okay. If y'all can read this and tell me what it means, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you can't, I'll read it out loud. I'm just trying to get it understand. Right now, I'm going to leave this on the screen while I go take a quick pee break, because otherwise I'm making a puddle. Betty Joe, honey, if you just rewind and catch up, you might understand what I'm saying. I've been live for over 2 hours. It's a lot. I just went over a case that started here and ended in Tennessee. That the parallels that are drawn and everything, you just kind of gotta watch to understand. It's a lot. Yeah, you're right about that one, Seeking Serenity. Sorry, y'all got back. You're welcome. Okay, you read it like, is he driver connection? Okay. Oh God, Betty Joe, honey, I feel you. I hadn't been live. You ain't missed nothing since the last time. That's what I thought, RJ. That's what I thought. That this was a name from the Delphi case. Okay. Got you. So it's saying, and it says E equals MC squared. That's Albert Einstein, the thing. Just seems like I got that all nighter. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm going to read it for you guys that can't. Astronaut, I'm going to ask that the mods remove that comment, please. One of my mods. The only reason is because Crafting Through the Lies came after me repeatedly and drugged me up and down the streets because she said that I made that statement about Summer. Okay, Cherokee Girl, what does that mean to you? Okay, here's what it says, and it has been edited. It says, Ron Logan is Bridge Guy, and Don Wells sold his daughter, allegedly. How is that for a killer look at true crime cases? E equals MC squared. See, usually killers in my chat, and I was just going to bluntly ask him. Let me look and see if RJ's over here yet. RJ, I'll drop the link again. Thank you, Astronaut Darling. What's up, Betty Joe? Y'all, Betty Joe was 28 today. Whoop, whoop. Happy birthday, Betty Joe. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday, though. Hey, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Sorry, y'all. I can't help but be happy because I see positive things happening in Summer's case. RJ, if you can hear me, hold on one second. I got to turn this air down. I'm in here sweating, and it's just me. We get ready to hang meat now. Woo woo. Okay. I got to keep a check on the time, too. I know what time I'm supposed to leave, what time I got to arrive. So, okay. Y'all, I got like 15, 20 more minutes. You is good, astronaut, baby. Yes, Sugar Lips, I have heard that part. Absolutely. You are, Betty Joe. You 28, I proclaim. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not seeing you backstage, RJ. Here we go again. Let's see if I can click it and pull it this way. What? I'm about ready to call the company and ask them what's the deal. I'm going to try it again, RJ. Hold on. I swear, I got you. Okay. Give me a sec to figure out how to do this. Okay. RJ. If you can hear me, RJ, go ahead and speak. Remember, there may be a delay like there was before, and it may take a couple minutes for us to hear you. I'm waiting to see if we hear RJ at all. I know, Bama Cat. That's what I heard, Bama. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? considering that she called me a liar, called me a drug addict, drugged me because I had my PayPal and Cash App on my thing, and because I got monetized. Just saying. But if she is in the throes of relapse, then I implore everybody to please pray for her. I've seen addiction get a hold of people, and it is not a pretty sight. And I'm not going to drag somebody for it. I'm not going to do that. Which song is that, astronaut? It's your birthday. What? It's your birthday. Whoa, it's your birthday. RJ, I'm still not hearing you. If you're talking. I mean, mute, unmute. Let's see if there's anything I can do. I've got your volume turned all the way up. Yeah, it's not doing it. Okay. See if it lets you talk now, RJ. I put the spotlight on you. His mic's not muted. We had this problem before, and I don't know how to deal. I've never had it before. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Apple. Cherokee, they were saying what they said because of what I said. So, but anyway, RJ, one of the questions I wanted to ask you before we looked at that paperwork, if we can get you to work, I may just have to have you call me again. Call me crazy, but what does anybody think right now about the fact, yeah, I'm not making pointed accusations, I'm not doing that. I'm saying nobody's saying that they've heard from her, and at this point it seems she may have relapsed, and that's a hard demon and a hard monkey to fight, no matter what that is. And I can't be the person that I purport to be and act and feel different because it's somebody that I might not particularly care for that's going through that. Doesn't mean I can't feel for them and have sympathy and empathy for what they're going through. That's all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cherokee. I may have to have him call in. I really wanted his thoughts and opinions. One, about what he sent me about the law that I was speaking about methamphetamines. And two, about the fact that we've seen no movement pretty much in Summer's case. You know, nobody really being questioned and stuff going on that we've seen as a public. After about the first 3.5 weeks, until recently. Look, no matter what everybody says, JSB was questioned. And I know that whether she made an appointment and went in or whatever, she was going to be questioned. My sources dealing with a different case than Summers told me. I got you, Mac. And then, on top of that, I mean, we know that Fred has had a lot to say on this case. And apparently, He's had that warrant out for a while with Walmart. Now, I'm going to tell you a little something. There you go. Mac and Screams, right under where it says Nita's World, Streamlabs, I had them post it for you, and Cherokee Girl got you. We own it. It's possible they've had that warrant for a while, and it just popped up in the system when they stopped Fred, for speeding or whatever. It's honestly, in my mind, it's about 50-50. And you guys know, I worked for Wally World. I worked for their asset protection department, having to go testify at the court and stop the people and do the paperwork and all that. That's what I did. Well, September, I'm going to explain that. See, it works so great, you guys, if you just listen for a minute. I worked for Walmart's asset protection. So when there was theft issues, that's what we did. Generally, if it's $20 or under, they're not going to bother with you. Facts, Lisa. Got you. Lacey's calling me. Let me mute for just a second. Oh, God. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Child calls. What I was trying to tell y'all is that retailer that was charged with theft, generally, it has to be over $20 or they won't even deal with it. Generally. Not always, just generally. Here, I know, Rhonda, here, they're not going to come and look for you for that. That is a waste of resources. If they come into your house for something else, or if they pull you for a moving violation or something, they're going to get you then. Okay, this is RJ. Hold on, y'all. There we go. Alright, everybody, I've got RJ on the phone, and I've got the main page of the article that he had sent me explaining the law that changed in 2014 that I was not too well explaining about. Is there a certain part, RJ, that you want me to go to before you start talking, or is this main page good?
This main page is good to start.
Okay.
This is the actual Tennessee.gov website for this particular registration and law. It started as being a law that was to help track pregnant women who had been previously arrested for use of certain Schedule II narcotics, specifically meth.
Gotcha.
And with time, it has expanded to be beyond just being women, pregnant women, being tracked. And the reason it was being tracked was to get them the extra help needed to handle their addiction while they were pregnant.
Okay.
This goes back to, I believe, 2004.
Okay.
When it was originally enacted.
So if somebody, we're not going to say anybody particular at this point, if someone was charged with violating in the year, we'll say 2008 to 2010 range, violating this particular law, and they actually pled guilty to it, I believe it was a misdemeanor, would that mean that they were pregnant, or that they were convicted of giving or somehow putting that substance in the hands of a pregnant woman.
So, as I say, it was originally designed to track pregnant women,
yes,
to give them help. However, very quickly they realized that the problem with meth in the state of Tennessee needed more aggressive, be more aggressively dealt with. So, even very early on, it had already changed that it wasn't just pregnant women.
Gotcha.
It was anybody that was using, anybody that was dealing, anybody that was cooking meth.
Okay.
Had to be part of this registry.
Gotcha. So
this is granted if they were convicted of doing so, obviously.
Right. That's what I was going to say. I was going to use myself because I've never had these charges and I don't live in Tennessee. So let's say during that time frame that the law was in effect prior to 2014, that I was charged with this along with misdemeanor. Basically, I'm trying to remember the exact phrase, and I don't have the charge pulled up. But basically, it means sale of the substance. But it's the misdemeanor version. It's not the maintaining, dwelling, and felony version of the sale. It's misdemeanor. If I was charged with those this misdemeanor charge, and then sale of a Schedule 2, would that mean, say it happened in 2010, would that mean that I was something to do with methamphetamines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to clarify.
The only way you're going to have this particular charge, the TCA code, appear on your background,
yes,
is if you had to deal with using, distribution, cooking of the Schedule 2 narcotics that are on this list that you have to register as being a felon too.
Lisa was saying, well, regardless of the reason why, but that sounds like a violation of your constitutional rights. They can track you just for a charge and not a conviction. Well, Lisa, they can track you for a charge, period, already. You can get charged with jaywalking, and they can track you right now. Unless you're way off the grid.
You are more tracked than you are aware of.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes.
Then that goes into a whole rabbit trail of conspiracy theories that has nothing to do with this. However,
absolutely,
you have to be convicted.
Yes.
To land up on this registry list.
Yes, and I was maybe I wasn't clear, but I was saying if the person was charged and convicted of that, along with the sale of, I believe it stated Schedule 2, but I don't want to say erroneously, but of the sale of illegal narcotics. We'll just say it that way. And I'm saying if I was.
Schedule 2.
Yeah, if I was. I'm reading some of the chat at the same time I'm talking. Sorry, RJ. But I'm using myself rather than putting it off on anybody else because I don't want to put words in your mouth. And that way, if I'm saying something wrong, I'm saying it about myself, if that makes sense. But
we can outright say, okay, I will say a certain person's initials that are related to Summer Wells' disappearance. JSB. Her criminal background information has this particular TCA code that relates directly to this registry.
So does he as well, you know.
Yes. But I'm going with the name that most people would recognize, that has spoken very loudly.
Yes.
I'll put it that way.
Yes. And it's very adamant that it's just Mary Jane.
No, this is Schedule 2.
Right. No, I'm saying that's what.
Methamphetamine. This is cocaine. This is there's another one that this all specifies now.
Right.
But at the time, it was just meth.
Gotcha. So
the cocaine and the other one did not get added on until 2014, 2016, somewhere in about there.
Gotcha. And we're specifically talking about the convictions were handed down in the year. Well, the charges were from 2009, and I believe the conviction was in 2011, or the guilty plea.
Correct.
Because it was a guilty plea.
The change that also happened in 2014, 2016 was that this registry list had only been for about 7 years, but was changed to be a 10-year registry.
Oh.
A 10-year registration. So a person that was on this list or had been convicted of crimes that would land a person on this list would end up being on there for 10 years.
Wow.
Basically, probation for 10 years is automatic.
I'm trying to do math right now. See, that should be over, but there was probation violations also, so that could have extended the time. And fines still aren't paid. That's what I don't understand. Is that common in... Because here in North Carolina, if you're on probation and you get down to under 6 months left and you've not paid even half of your fines, they're going to have you in court for probation violation for not paying.
Yeah, I've known people on probation. I've never personally been on probation.
Me either.
But I've heard of similar, where if you have a certain amount of fines or a certain percentage of fines that are still outstanding.
Yes.
And it's either your probation is automatically extended until you pay it off, and you still incur that monthly fee that you have to that gets tacked on.
Yep.
Or they violate you.
Right. Here it just depends. I mean, I know that may sound crazy to say it depends, but if you're like these two individuals, and I've looked at what's been paid and what's been owed, and out of close to, we'll say round up around 3,500 total, 600's been paid. And that's the smaller of the two sets of fines. For the JSB had around 3,500. Less than 700 has been paid. Here in my county and state, if that was me, I would have already been drug into court about 3 times and probably had to serve my time. Just because they don't play. When it comes to money, if you pay your money, you're going to be good. If you don't pay your money, they going to throw you under the jail. Now, that's the way it works here. I can't speak for anybody here. Rockin' Robin said, does this registry also include the purchase of items to make? He did say cooking, Rockin' Robin. I don't know if it's just purchase or if you would have to actually have made the product, is what they're asking, RJ.
So you can go into a pharmacy and buy certain cold medication that you have to sign for.
Yes.
That is a way that that's a federal standard. That's nothing to do with this law. It has to be you were convicted of producing, distribution, or use.
Or any combination thereof.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Now, just like any other crime when you're talking about illegal substances, there are the state has certain standards or certain enhancers.
Yes.
Based on the quantity a person may have, that they automatically get charged with a distribution.
Yes.
Type of deal. But the cooking, it automatically gets distribution.
Gotcha.
It kind of it works both ways. In that, so they were caught cooking.
Thought so, because of what the original charges were that the acquittal came from is where I got that impression. The maintaining of the dwelling and one question I had that you may or may not know the answer. Why their house that they currently reside in is in Hawkins County, and that's the address that appears on the documents for the charges that that's listed on the website. But they were charged in Sullivan County. So was it a different address? Or why would if they were there, why would they not be charged in Hawkins County?
That I've never looked into. So I wouldn't be able to answer that. Just to be fair,
gotcha.
I've never looked into that. I've only looked into what the charges are and why the charges are what they are.
Gotcha. And that makes sense. And I was going to answer because and I might have to, I can't roll back the chat right now. Somebody had asked something about could it have been health issues. I didn't understand the question. Let me see if I can't pull it up right quick. Because it was weird. Hold on. They said, by no means am I excusing it, but could it be for the health issues is why? And the answer to that, September. Go ahead, RJ.
I was going to say, so the way I'll answer it is that there is health benefits for a person to be on Suboxone or some of the other medications that are commonly associated with a person trying to get off of a dependency of drugs.
Right.
That go into pain management and other things like that. So, but the actual meth itself,
yes,
there is no health benefits.
Right, and for the time frame that we're speaking of, that this occurred, the original charge was 2009, the conviction was in 2011, and during that time frame, the only thing that this law addressed, the only narcotic that this law addressed was methamphetamines.
Yeah, if you go into the, I believe it will be in the FAQs or the CSMD regulations,
okay,
it will go back to what the original law was and how it was crafted back in the early 2000s, or how it was to track pregnant women that were substance abuse charges.
Gotcha. I'm pulling up CSMD. Well, you can see it, I'm sure, on the screen.
Yeah.
Statutes and rules. I'm trying to see. I'll have to click on these specific ones and go through it. And then policies. I just think that's important to know. The reason I feel that it's important to address this, and I brought it up, but you explain it way better than I could in clarity. I get it in my brain, but to get it out to everybody else to understand is hard. Reason
this particular registry is unique to North Carolina. Unique to Tennessee, and that's what part of the problem is that because other states don't have a such thing. How it was crafted, why it was
Mm-hmm.
initially came about, it is strange to understand. Okay, but if anything, I want everybody to understand is that Tennessee did have a huge problem. That back early on in 2002, there it is, Controlled Substance Monitoring Act of 2002. That's when this began. Okay, this was originally designated not to be a tracking of persons that may be like an RSO type of thing,
right?
Or but with these low controlled substances, but it was to help pregnant women and track pregnant women, a way to track pregnant women to because at the time the law was that if you were guilty of these charges or these particular substances, you were forfeiting your parental rights at birth.
Right.
All right. So this is the way they went ahead and tracked that with that happening. But it quickly turned into let's not just do that. Let's go ahead and get these women help. Let's get them into a program. Let's see if they can complete a program and live up to sobriety. And it, which was great. It was correcting a problem. But Tennessee realized the problem went much deeper and was bigger than what it was, and they had to be more aggressive to doing something about it. And it has, and I'm not going to sit here and deny what happened in Bristol on Thursday when I'm saying this. If you don't know what happened on Bristol on Thursday, I'll gladly talk about that in just a second.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
But it has seriously helped the drug culture, the drug problem that was existing in Tennessee.
Okay. I'm just scrolling.
So you want me to go into Thursday? What happened on Thursday? While you're scrolling through that,
yeah.
So your chat knows.
Yeah, I think I know because I saw you talking about the interview with the mom and the son and the chase and okay. Well then I don't know. So I'm all ears.
That is a whole different situation.
Okay.
That I'm working on information of that family.
Gotcha.
Because it's a head scratcher. I'm just going to leave it like that for now.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Thursday, there was activity in Bristol, Tennessee. Right across from the VFW on West Main Street, or West State Street, sorry, where the DEA, PBI, Sullivan County, and Bristol Police were all involved in a major drug bust. This drug bust was so big that it was actually responsible for the movement of fentanyl and had been the cause of deaths in the state.
Wow. That might actually affect us here.
The drug bust was so big that if Bristol, if everybody knows, whether or not you know Bristol, you know West State Street because of Geico commercials and one particular sign in Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol, Virginia. West State Street, or State Street in general, is the literal dividing line between Virginia and Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like I said, everybody knows what State Street is. It's a major thoroughfare.
Yep.
Because of the Geico commercials. All right. But a 3-block area of West State Street around 16th and West State Street was closed off.
Wow.
This did not just involve drugs. They had to have a demolition detonation team come out.
Did you say a demolition?
a detonation team.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Real Rockin' Robin knows exactly what I'm talking about. It was huge. It was on WCY.
I'm looking it up right now.
They had to use flash grenades. They had to use flashbangs, the whole 9 yards on this. And they found suspicious packages that they had to detonate.
Oh, wow.
Okay. You're not going to hear about that. And to go back to what Anita was saying, you're not going to hear about that in the news unless you're a local and know where to look and know where to find it. It happened live. You heard about it live when it was happening. You heard about it on the next newscast and the first newscast of that evening. But after that, it was completely out of the news.
You would think that that would actually make like national news, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about there's some news stories that only locals, if you know where to look, when to look, and are following close enough to what's going on in your area, only locals are going to know about what happened. This is going back to what Anita was talking about earlier today about the case that she was talking about a few moments ago. Okay, the same thing is happened with that case. Unless you knew where to look for that news story, you are not going to find it.
Absolutely. And it would be surprising that news story it didn't only involve Johnson City, Tennessee, and the county where I live, but there were persons besides those 6 in Watauga County, which is Boone and Blowing Rock, North Carolina, that were also involved. And were instrumental in finding the people in Johnson City because they bragged about stuff after the fact. I found that news article that you're talking about what happened. I can pull it up and play it if you want.
Oh, that's up to you. I'm just saying that you're, unless you were, making a point of what you were saying, and I was tying into the being that I'm not going to deny what happened on Thursday was drug related, and I'm not going to deny that there are things like that still happen, but this registry list has severely cut down on the drug culture and the drug problems that were happening in Tennessee.
Wow. I'm looking at it. It's just a little blurb too, by the way. I don't know what the audio and video part is. How long that lasts, I can't tell. But the article itself talking about it is literally like 8 sentences.
Paragraphs?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I was going to say no more than 3 paragraphs.
Yeah, it's like 8 sentences. I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's literally how, when you have a really huge story that they're not trying not to publicize, that's exactly what happened.
Happy Valentine's Day.
You'll find more information in the video, and then you'll have a very, very short article that will not even make the local newspapers.
I have found that when I've been told certain things that's happened in the past by locals, and then I try to search for it through archives, through microfilm and stuff for certain stuff that happened 20 or 30 years ago in the Beach Creek areas, and it's not there. Or I may find 2 sentences, and it's just that this person was arrested and their bond is.
Okay, so a lot of times, and this ties into Summer Wells, and I have to be careful how I craft this.
Okay.
Or how I say this, because I am a local. recent news related to Summer Wells that has come out relating to a town west of Rogersville. I'm drawing the mental blank on the town name, and that's not intentional. That is purely by accident. The town has recently been linked to the particular fairgrounds has been recently linked to Summer Wells, Don Wells, and as a local, because of what happens in this particular town, will not talk about it. We will not talk about it unless we have a mountain of receipts. We are not going to talk about it because it is too connected. There are certain individuals living in that particular town that are too connected.
I understand. I understand more than you may realize. Like, I'm going to tell you a little story real quick and see if I'm on the right wavelength. Years ago, my granddaddy used to run moonshine on the backside of South Mountain. If y'all don't know what that is, I don't know how to tell you. It's here in North Carolina, but you go across South Mountain, and depending on which way you go, you're going to go into Virginia or Tennessee. And generally, he was hitting Tennessee because they was heading up north. And we're talking, okay, I'm 50, so we're talking, this was going on 70 years ago it started, maybe, approximate. And by the time I was about 7 years old, he was no longer involved in that. And I've been told, family stories, was my birth is what made him stop. If you remember, because this is going to be a name that a lot of people will recognize, but in Tennessee, this is a very recognizable name, but Junior Johnson.
Okay.
And if you'll remember, there was a big to-do with NASCAR. He had to go to prison. And it had to do with moonshine.
Yeah.
Okay.
History will tell that he is actually a race car driver.
Yep.
But let's just look at what the history is, where NASCAR originally comes from. I totally know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly where it comes from. That's what driving in the dark with no headlights and no back seats and the suicide doors. Granddaddy had a Corvair, if you know what that is. And I didn't know when I was like 3 to 5 years old, I didn't know that Junior was a big name and a big person. I mean, he was at my grandparents' house. So, and I've been to their house. I'll never forget the animals, because Papa used to go hunting all the time. Big game animals, like moose, elk, I want to say bobcat, but it wasn't a bobcat, but because it's too big, but it looked like a bobcat or a mountain lion. Stuffed, the whole animal stuffed, and on wheels. You could roll them to different places, and it was nice, but it wasn't exceptionally nice compared to what I was used to seeing growing up. So I didn't think nothing about it. They're talking hunting stories and watching the NASCAR race, and Papa was a Ford man. That was a big thing. Let me tell you something. You could be excommunicated from a family for choosing a Chevy or Ford, and it not being what. I mean, people don't realize what a big, Popcorn Sutton, I know that name. Yep, White Lightning. George Jones, the song White Lightning. Yes, sir.
What I'm referring to, and we're just connection with this town that's west of Rogersville. And I promise you, I'm just, if I were to pull up a Google Maps, I could find out what the town name is, but I'm literally just drawing a mental blank on it, guys. It's not that I'm afraid of mentioning the town name, but it's just, I'm drawing a mental blank. So, what I'm going to point you in a direction of, so you can understand the depth of where this connection through the connections through this town is. When you hear about this town, do you remember the spoof call that happened early on that they were trying to find out where the supposed family leak was coming from?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you remember what he kept that Canada was saying that who had gotten him?
Dude.
I'm not talking about law officers, so I'm talking about somebody else, another group?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Bingo?
Yes. Yes.
Bingo?
Yes.
If I hope you're, yes, that is the town name. Thank you very much. That is the town name, Rockin' Robin.
I was getting ready to say I'm smoking one, but she got me. When you was asking, did I know? I was going to say, well, I'm smoking one right now. The menthol variety.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rhonda, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I was afraid that's what you were saying.
Yeah. So the happenings that have recently come out, you will never hear me speak of.
Right.
Because it's too tied.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it that way. It's too connected.
Yes, sir.
On both sides.
Yep. Unfortunately, I think I may. Some of the things I might.
You can email me. I'll answer you email that, but it's going to be purely private.
Understood on that one.
But I believe who's here in your chat is 100% understanding what I'm suggesting.
We have quite a few locals in here right now. Quite a few, very local to Summers area. So, and I usually know when I don't point it out.
What I'm referring to is they know exactly that I'm right. You cannot speak of it.
Yeah. Well, I understand. Let's see. I'm trying to think how I want to word what I'm going to say. It's not what you're talking about, but it's similar. In some research I was doing into Don's family and associates, where most of his family resides now, that area. Everything tied back to a big entity in that area, a tax-exempt business.
Okay.
Yeah. And someone with bazillionaire attached. And I quit looking. I'm just going to be real. I quit looking. Because I found investment groups and such. Yeah. Yes, everybody and anybody that's in here now, you better listen and you better get back now, because when we end this, it's probably going to be a members only or a private chat. I can just tell you that already. Right now it's subscribers only, but when I end it shortly, it's probably not going to be available for viewing.
Sorry, it was because of what I said. I apologize.
Oh, no. I'm not. It has nothing to do with that. Sometimes with the case that I discussed previously and some of the things I personally have said and revealing where I'm from, just a whole lot, it's just better that way.
I understand.
Yeah.
But going back to, like I was saying about JSB, you know, there are certain. I see you stopped at a question. Or had a question up here a moment ago about there being and I'm not seeing it now, about it being involving a health facility or involving health care.
There's is it right here on the screen now?
Yep, right there, 26. So, yes, there is part of this law that if a prescriber is telling the patient to use this is a legal use of health care, the prescriber can get in trouble.
Yes.
But the percentage of people that are on this registry list that either were or are prescribers is non-existent.
What?
Exactly.
Let's see, I can honestly say where I'm at, it's kind of one of the first actions that was taken when it was declared the trying to think how to say it, the opiates stuff with probably 12 to 15 months before the class action lawsuit was filed here. I know of 3 doctors in this county that DEA, along with area law enforcement, shut down. And I mean shut down. One was well known. His office was, by the way, let me tell y'all this. For 16 years, the main doctor that as soon as a similar type thing to this was passed here, dealing with opiates and them saying that it was rampant and all these people were hooked and unnecessary scripts were being written and too much being prescribed. And by the way, in that class action lawsuit that Tennessee was involved in, my county was involved in it also. We were number 3 when it came to the number of opiate pills prescribed. Literally. One major chain pharmacy was over 2 million pills. And that is for a town and a county. The entire county has less than 6,500 residents. Currently. We had less back then. That doctor, that the first one they went for and shut down, guess where his office was for 16 years?
Right.
Directly across from the public safety office.
Oh, yeah.
It was what you were talking about, nobody talks about, but everybody knows. It was well known. If you ask, I hurt my leg, I need something for pain. You didn't even finish the sentence before you were told to go there. And the other doctor, the second one they got, was on the other end of the county. Less than a block from the police station there.
Yep. So I can tell you this 100%. There is a hospital that has myself listed as being a drug seeker. Okay. And I deal with chronic pain issues.
Yes.
I went to the hospital because I was having such a bad time that regular over-the-counter ibuprofen wasn't doing a thing.
Yeah.
To help me. And I explained to the hospital that I do not want anything stronger than ibuprofen. knowing that it has 800 milligram strength that I can handle without a problem, and taking 1,600 or 2,400 of ibuprofen my body can handle.
Oh,
it's just I'm not swallowing a mouthful of pills at one time. That they could prescribe to me, and I can get to but they gave me something stronger saying it will work better, and I got labeled as being a drug seeker. But I told them I didn't want more than ibuprofen.
Well, I know a discussion was being had about Grandma going to the hospital, and that they would not have given her narcotics at the hospital. I don't know. Again, I'm going by North Carolina, not Tennessee. I want to make that clear. Within, I'm trying to think exactly what month it was. It was after Summer went missing and before the vigil. I had a growing pull that I was lifting little man, and let me tell y'all something. That shit hurt. I climbed a wall backwards and upside down trying to find a comfortable position where I wasn't, in writhing in pain. It was, I didn't know a woman could have a growing pull until that happened. But that was probably, I've had 3 compression fractures, L1, L2, and L3, and it didn't hurt as bad as that did. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't sit, I couldn't stand, I couldn't lay. I went to the hospital. They started an IV and were pumping morphine into me 15 minutes after I was there. And we're talking this was less than 8 months ago. And our hospital, they honestly, while you're there getting treated in the ER, it's very hard for you to even get Ultram, Tramadol, whatever you want to call it. They don't even want to prescribe that. They don't even want to give you that by mouth while you're in the facility.
That's what Tramadol is what the hospital that's not where I'm living now had given me, was Tramadol.
They won't even give you that. They will not. Their policy, they wouldn't even give. When we went, my daughter had a severe ear infection and an upper respiratory infection and walking pneumonia in the lower left lung. They would not even give her a dose of antibiotics at the ER because they said the Walgreens that was, we were off of exit 105. The Walgreens was off of exit 137 on Interstate 40. It was open 24 hours. That's what we were told about antibiotics. I went, they shot, and this was for my child. She wasn't a child at the time. She was, about 24, 25. But I'm literally talking about this past September. I went to the ER, had the growing pull. They, like I said, within 5 minutes, it was after I had x-rays done, but within 5 minutes of being back in the room, there's an IV in my arm, and they're administering morphine and giving me a bottle to take home with me. And they gave me a prescription at the ER. And I don't know, still to this day, I couldn't tell you what it was. It's some little bitty pill. And I got like 20 of them. And it was time release. And I only had to take like 2 a day. And a muscle relaxer. And once the muscle relaxer took effect, I didn't need the pain medicine. I was good with Tylenol. Once that the muscle relaxer took effect. And I was just happy to be able to sleep, bro. I mean, it was that crucial. But for people to say they don't administer pain meds, I can't, and that's here. I'm not talking about Tennessee because it said here. Since Atrium Health took over, their policy is they don't give meds. They just don't usually. So the fact that they did, I was in shock. And I thought, God, I'm dying. And the reason I say that is because I probably hadn't been to the emergency room for 8 years before that. And I know right before the class action lawsuit probably 6 months before all the states started this talk and doing and looking into an investigation and making national news, I had been to the ER. And y'all forgive me because it's not going to be a pretty topic. RJ, I apologize because it's mixed company. I had hemorrhoids that were inside, busting, bleeding. It was bad. I went and I asked in the ER. I didn't ask for no pain meds. I didn't want that. I asked for a prescription strength. It's called Proctafone. And it's medicine to directly treat that. These people wrote me a prescription for Vicodin. I was so mad. I went back in the ER and had to speak to an administrator. And they said, what's wrong? She was shocked. I guess people didn't normally come back in saying they didn't want an opiate or a narcotic at that time. And I said, look, I don't want you to write me a prescription for something to tell my head, to tell my body it don't hurt. I want something that's going to actually make my body better and not hurt. And the woman was like, well, what do you want? And I was like, a prescription strength of medicine. And I said, Proctafone has worked for me in the past, but I have to have a prescription. And I can't get into my doctor for another 2 weeks. And they were glad to take back the narcotic prescription and not that. But it's like I don't know how to explain it. I know people that have been to our emergency room with a compound fracture. You can see a bone sticking out. And they're not running an IV and giving them pain meds. But I went in with a growing pull and didn't ask for nothing except, I don't know what's wrong. I need help. I can't sleep. I'm miserable. Fix it, basically. And, you know, they gave me pain meds. And I don't do well with morphine. We have a family medical history that it's not something good. I mean, my dad tried to jump out a hospital window and saw pink elephants. My grandmother, his mama, you know.
Just so everybody understands, the reason I'm not commenting a lot is because I cannot comment a lot right at the moment with what you're talking about. I can talk about what happened with myself, though, because I personally worked in a healthcare related field, and I really, because of the sensitivity of my job, I can't comment on what she's saying.
Right.
But I hear this kind of story all the time, and it's sad. It really is sad that this type of thing does happen.
Yes. I was reading the chat at the same time you was talking, but Rhonda said Vicodin is one of the mildest pain relievers out there. Yeah, I didn't want it though. I didn't work. At the time I was working in the medical field. I was in school to become an RN. And what I know about how that particular medicine worked in the pharmacology is it doesn't actually stop your pain, really. It tells the pain receptors in your brain that they're malfunctioning, basically. I'm paraphrasing and saying it in my way to understand, but it just tells the pain receptors in your brain it doesn't hurt. The pain's still there. If you've got a cut in an open wound, it's still a cut in an open wound. Because you take that pill, it don't go away. That pill just tells your body it's not hurting. Is the best way I know to say it.
Basically, it says to ignore this. This is a false signal.
Yes, thank you. Well, almost kind of like if you're at a traffic light and it's green and telling you to turn left, but you see a row of traffic coming, you ignore it because you know it's wrong. And that's, same thing he's saying. Like, for lack of a better way to put it, I'll tell you what I said to the ER thing. I didn't pull no punches. I was in pain when I had them. And what I said was, I don't want a medicine to tell my head that my ass don't really hurt. I want something to make it stop hurting. That's what I said. And I know you can't comment, and that's fine, RJ. I do understand. I do. My son, if he were still working and not on disability leave from the state facility that he worked at and still is employed by technically, he wouldn't be able to comment either because of his position. And he probably doesn't want to comment now because technically he's still on their payroll. So I get it. I'm trying to see. She's astronaut in the ocean says ibuprofen 800 is a miracle drug. It is good. It's an anti-inflammatory. So anything you've got with swelling, that's the difference between, I think, ibuprofen and Tylenol. Tylenol is not as good for swelling and inflammation, according to what my physician told me. Because I'm not practicing medicine.
And when they gave me a script for Tramadol, I'm like, let's go back to the hospital I had gone to. I was like, I don't want this.
No.
I just want what I know works. It's just I can't walk into a pharmacy and spend, not that I couldn't afford to, but just go into a pharmacy and I didn't want to go in there and spend, $20 on a bottle of ibuprofen.
Yep.
When the way the prescription was is I would spend like $2.
Yep. Well, exactly. You get a prescription for 600 milligram or 800 milligram ibuprofen. And I know at Walmart where I used to work, it was anywhere from $4 to $6. And for that.
That's what I'm saying.
But to buy an equal amount off the shelf, you're going to spend $25, $30. And you're going to have to take like 6 or 8 at a time. I know I'm exaggerating because they're generally 200 milligrams a piece when you get them over the counter. But you're right. I mean, it was the same way my Zyrtec allergy medicine. When it was still by prescription, I'm getting the prescription, and with my insurance I had at that time, my copay was like $3. To go buy it off the shelf in non-prescription strength to equal what I was getting for the $3 would cost me about $80. So, I mean, I fully get that. And there's a lot of times it's that way. And then sometimes it's the opposite way. I guess it's kind of going back to being like a couponer or something. You've got to, pay attention and take the time and look for what's the best alternative for you based on what your medical professional is telling you. And that's I am not. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a doctor.
It wasn't like I was like self-diagnosing myself or anything. It's like I went to him. I said, "Hey, look, I've dealt with this since I was, a teenager, and every single time I have this issue where, I get this is what I've been given, this is what works, and they took a look at me and said, "Yep, that's exactly what's going on." It's basically like. I'm not saying this is what it is, but it's basically like saying I have like an arthritis type of situation.
Mm. I know.
And the joints of my body swell up, and sometimes it's in my back that the swelling happens, and that's very painful. Very uncomfortable.
Yes.
And that's exactly why when I went to the hospital. That, hey, look, this is what's going on. That I have a certain issue, a couple of issues. They're flaring up on me in the past couple of days, and it's getting really bad. And can I get a prescription for ibuprofen 800 milligrams for a couple days to help my body deal with it, so I can get a good night's sleep and things like that. And they went and decided that Tramadol was more appropriate.
I know, and I was surprised. I'm with you, True Crime. I was surprised to find that they had actually reclassified tramadol and put it in the same category class as hydrocodone.
Because it has a actual street value.
Really?
People will sell it on the street.
Oh my God. I don't mean to laugh. It's just like, really? Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
But
if you get the right strength of tramadol, it's worth about $10 on the street to a person.
Wow. I stay in my room too much. Oh, Jenny Rose says it is a synthetic opioid. I did not know that. Yes, Tylenol can damage your liver if you take too much too often. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that anything works that way. I mean, I love Cat Williams used to have a joke he told. He said, marijuana is illegal, but if you take 13 aspirin, it's your last MFing headache. And that's legal. But yeah. That's perspective.
Your body can handle that much. It's just you're going to need to have your stomach pumped.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
Or have some of that lovely charcoal.
Yeah.
I grew up in a family. My father was a volunteer fireman, one of the first responders here in our county, and a dispatcher for the EMS. And my first cousin drove an ambulance for the EMS. So I think I was bound to go into some type of service, but here's some perspective for those that think that working maybe as a CNA. When I first started as a CNA 1, I worked at a geriatric facility on an IFH hall. There were 2 of us with 73 residents on second shift. I made $4.25 per hour. And that was
pill poppers. Rhonda, pill poppers will use anything that will numb them to what is actually going on. Not to interrupt, I was just answering your chat.
Oh no, you're fine. I was reading the chat. She said she fell asleep listening to YouTube, woke herself up answering questions out loud in my sleep about mashed potatoes. Well, I'm like, okay.
Somebody better make mashed potatoes for dinner then.
Right. Do the homemade kind. Mash potatoes up. Don't get the instant flakes.
Right.
Oh, I am gonna have to sign off, RJ, and say thank you and goodbye. But I'm supposed to be leaving 3 minutes ago. Coming your way.
I hope you have a safe travel, and thank you very much. And we can have more conversation on this. If you look into that website that I gave you, if you want to make it public to everybody, please don't think you have to credit me. It's a public website. It's a cn.gov website.
Yeah.
Anybody's welcome to research or read up on this, because like I was saying earlier, this is a unique thing to Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm actually very intrigued by it. Just because I've never seen any legislation similar to this anywhere. I mean, close, but not this strict. And I understand why. A lot of people may not get it. I tried to explain this. Where I live, I used to walk to my job. It's 1.8 miles each way. On the probably what would be equal to a city block before I get to that old-timey convenience store right off the interstate that doesn't even sell gas, but has been here, the building for over 100 years, the store owned by the same people for almost 70 years. We pass on the way to walking there is a feed and seed. We have in the area, cattle. We actually have somebody that has elk, moose, and some other animals that aren't native to this area. But a lot of people also breed and raise hunting dogs and such in this area still. You can get your 7-in-1 and your 8-in-1 and all that at the feed and seed, along with, specialty food and other items. That being said, the same needle grade needles that are sold for diabetics specifically is what they're supposed to be sold for, like at your pharmacies, are sold at that feed and seed for about a fourth the price. I had to walk across a main highway for about 3/10 of a mile. Anybody that's familiar with the area, it's you could probably buy it online, Jenny Rose, but buying it online is not going to cause the issue that I'm about to tell you about. So I'm getting there, I promise. Highway 70, I had to walk about 3/10 of a mile on it. No problem there. Turned on to the side road. It's just a little country back road, but it's where the feed and seed, the same road it's on, and my job was on. Go to walking on it. If you stepped off that white line onto that shoulder, you had probably a 90% chance that you were going to end up with a needle in your foot. Prior to the resurgence of heroin, fentanyl, meth, and it really being an issue, that wasn't an issue. 5 years ago, that wasn't an issue. But I refused to step off the side of the road walking to work. I wasn't going to get a needle in my thing. We had to show what the example, and RJ, this might help you understand. We had a report come out. It was about 2-3 weeks ago. It was across the main page of our paper. Big, huge news. In less than 2 weeks' time, 27 overdoses. That's a lot. 27 deaths from drug overdose. Every police officer, county or city, every fireman is now required to carry Narcan. They average in our town using Narcan over a weekend. The lieutenant had given an interview to the paper and was talking about it. He said 8 to 10 years ago, he had never used Narcan. Would have thought it untoward to even be mentioned. In the past year, he can't think of a weekend that he used it less than 10 times. That's huge here. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but again, my entire county's population is less than 6,500 people. And we have this county's huge. We're close in size to, I'm trying to think of one that everybody would identify, because we're larger than Buncombe. RJ, I don't know if you're familiar with Burke County, but it's a huge county.
I lived in Nashville for a while.
So you probably do know well. It's well known as Bloody Burke.
I will be honest. I live in Nashville, and if given the opportunity, one of those places that I like to go for like a day out away from the area I live in is Boone.
Oh God!
I'm not unfamiliar. It's just I can't say I'm like readily familiar.
You probably drove through on your way to the Boone Blowing Rock area. Loved going there, especially seeing where Dirty Dancing was filmed. Let's see. Last of the Mohicans. You remember Last of the Mohicans?
Like going to Doc's Rocks.
Did what? I'm sorry.
And it said, who doesn't like to go to Doc's Rocks?
That's what I thought you said. I was gonna say, if I don't know what Jenny Rose is talking about. I'm confused. I hope. Rhonda Moon said Jenny Rose is advertising free heroin. The population in her area is about to go up. Rhonda, you got jokes, I see. Okay. Jenny, I'm sorry to hear that, unfortunately. What I was going to say is, anybody that knows the movie The Last of the Mohicans, it was taped here in this area also. She said Kokomo. Okay. And the reason I was asking so much about search and rescue is there's an area near where I was born and raised and grew up called Linville Gorge. And you'll get every year a group or groups of experienced hikers will come and be like, no, we're good. We know what we're doing, blah, 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 blah. And every year, somebody disappears. They're hunting for a lady right now that left 2 angels on the entrance to the woods in her car. She's from Charlotte, North Carolina, and she's disappeared. And the last place she was seen was entering the gorge. But we get experienced hikers that get turned around. And locals try to warn people. We try to tell them. People that's lived right a mile away from the gorge for 30, 40 years will not venture off in there. First of all, anywhere near dark. And second of all, you ain't going in without some kind of lifeline that and it's people come in think they know it. Go ahead.
There's a reason why that state certified tour trail guides. Now this is also going to some of the rapids that are rivers and things like that. They will not go down. They're also state registered. They're state certified. That they're able to lead tourist groups either through a trail walk or go down a certain river in a boat. There are certain ones in this area that they will say, "Do not go down there." This is a river that is not safe to go down in the boat that you're trying to use, and I will not take you down it. There's a reason why.
Yes, sir.
They know that it's not a good place to be.
Absolutely. I mean, it's crazy, but I'm just thinking there was a group some years back from the Colorado area, experienced in hiking. They had Mount Everest, the Rockies, all this, and people were telling them, you don't want to do this, they waited until after 2 in the afternoon to enter that area. Crazy. You want to be at daybreak, and you want to be out by like 4 p.m.'s the latest. You want to be nearing the edge by then. I'm trying to. There's so many. The area looks it kind of like it would be like somebody that's never been in the South to decide they're going to go up to the Beach Creek area and park your car, and you're going to go on a hike through all that area. Imagine. It all looks the same if you don't know. It all looks the same to you. We still have kudzu here, too.
I know you want to get going because you're now going on 15 minutes late.
Yeah.
I lived in the Philadelphia area. I lived in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area most of my life. Grew up there, raised in the Philadelphia metro area. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would go in Camden, New Jersey had the reputation of being one of the worst cities in the country. I mean, it was worse than Compton, California.
Yep.
Everybody likes to sing about, rap about, and things like that. It was actually worse than that. I would go into Camden, New Jersey, as being a local, and I would not think twice about it. Okay?
Uh-huh.
There's areas of Beach Creek that I will not go in unless I have a local with me.
You're smart. It's the same way here. That's why some people are like, well, you're in North Carolina. Do you get it? Or why do you? Because it's the same way here. It's the same way here. I get it. Listen, I'm a local, and there's still some places I won't go.
I apologize.
You good?
Denise, you can talk about what I mean by how I mean Camden, New Jersey was in the late 80s, early 90s. How bad it was. I could go in there and I wouldn't think twice about it. But I will not go into certain areas of Beach Creek.
Wasn't there certain areas of New Jersey around the Turnpike and Brick City that were known to be like the number one for carjackings and car theft for so many years running?
That was what one particular gang was doing at one point. It was actually, they would have members hanging out at the truck stops or at the stops on the highway, on the turnpike. That were, and they would sit there and they would be looking for, people that were not locals, obviously not locals, looking at the road maps and things like that. They would give them bad directions to a very bad neighborhood in Camden and then carjack them.
Oh, wow.
And tell them that this was a shortcut they were safe.
I just remember I had some friends that were from that area of Jersey. And as John said, I just gamble in Jersey and that's it. But they were telling me that when we were talking about, because I was going with them. And they were like, yeah, you're not going to go alone. And I'm like, it's daylight. And they're like, you're not going by yourself. You will get lost.
No, you're not going alone. Yeah.
We still...
You're not allowed to go alone. If you knew a local, they wouldn't give you the option. They wouldn't give you the option of going alone. It's like, they'd be like, they find you're going and whatnot. They'd meet you at a local diner and say, like, hey, let's go. We're taking my vehicle.
Yup. Yes.
Because it had Jersey tags and it was a local plate, and it would, because you would be fine. They'd leave you alone because you were local.
I had a rental. I'm laughing because
you were definitely not going.
Uncle Vinny said, "You're not coming back with the steering wheel if you drive that car." And I said,
no, you'd come back with the steering wheel. You'd miss the engine, the tires, but you'd have the steering wheel left. That's too easy to replace at AutoZone.
Oh, that's so funny though, because I thought he was joking. I thought they were joking when they were telling me that. And his mom was like, absolutely not. She's like, no, no, just no.
So there was either a movie or a TV show, and I don't remember which it was, and I don't even remember the name of it. They made the joke of the person parked on the street in a neighborhood, and they ran into a building, and by the time they came out of the building, they only had the body of the car left. The engine, the tires were gone, and it was put on blocks.
21 Jump Street.
That's what I mean about you go into Camden, and it would literally happen.
See, there's areas like that here. It's better now, but probably 85 to about 97. Yeah. Right. What you're talking about Beach Creek, there were areas here, just like what was said about Beach Creek about after dark, the cops won't even get out the cars. 1985 to 1997. I can name at least 3 right off the top of my head streets that our cops, our police here, they wasn't getting out after dark. You were lucky to get them to come there. And one of them was right in behind the police station. They called it Jonesboro. For lack of, and because one of the streets was named Jones Street, and it was named after, there's famous area, Jonesboro. If y'all have heard of it, you know, and you know what it means. They called it Jonesboro, and it was where the housing authority, part of the housing authority apartments were. They would not. And where the other set was, up top above it, there were 2 streets that are still there to this day that they would not. If our city police rolled out on any of those 3 streets, they were at least 3 deep with 2 in each car. And all of them got out together. And that was not because I was sitting there watching it, but because just like we were talking about locals knowing certain stuff and it being well known, that was well known by the locals. It didn't matter who you were. If you didn't live on one of those 3 streets, you didn't go there. Unless you were going for some nefarious activity. And if you were going to do that, you better do it before it was dark. And somebody that lived there better be with you or know you were coming. Or you would probably come out with your car sitting on blocks. And you might not have a purse or your clothes. And you might not even realize it happened to you till it's too late. And you can pull up newspapers and read the articles. It ain't, I mean, that's there in our archives. It's sad to say, but it's there in our archives.
Just to give you a contrast of what it's like living in that area, okay, Philadelphia metro area, and this does apply, even though it's not a big metro city, it applies to other areas of Kingsport. Okay, this is why I'm a big, huge proponent, big, huge voice in saying, hey, look, what happens in this one particular holler is a black eye on the whole of Tri-Cities. It is not a reflection on the Tri-City.
Gotcha.
Right? When I was growing up, living in the city, living in Camden, and like I said, I never feared going into Camden because I lived there.
Right.
When I was a little kid. And you'd lock your car up, windows up, buttoned up tight. Nobody was getting in your car for no reason whatsoever.
Right.
Unless you knew that and you let them in. Okay? My grandparents lived a couple towns over. I came home from college one week, and I parked my car out in front of my grandmother's house. I left my car window open.
Oh.
And you know what one of the neighbors did? I was talking to somebody that had come home with me from college for the weekend.
Yeah.
One of the neighbors heard me talking about how I needed gas, knowing that my grandmother raised me. Saying something about my car window open or anything like that I shouldn't leave my. They actually put $20 in my car with a sticky note saying for gas. Now, I had been talking about how I needed to get gas. But the next time, like her and I went out because the woman I was with, we were going to go out for dinner that evening. One of my neighbors put $20 bill in my car and put a sticky note that said for your gas. So that just gives you a contrast of just 2 towns away how it is.
Yeah.
And that is how it is, and that's how it is in this area. You know, you get away from this area, this one area that's, and it's a completely different story. It really is that way. If I had a neighbor that was a teenager, college kid, I wouldn't think twice about doing the same thing that somebody did to me when I was a college kid.
Right.
Okay? It really is. The Tri-Cities area is really a good place. And I just want to leave everybody with that the reminder that the Tri-Cities area, despite what happened in Beach Creek being nationalized,
right,
is actually a really good place to live.
And that's one thing I've been adamant since my first visit and meeting the locals. And when I say the locals, I don't mean just the Beach Creek area. I'm talking about Kingsport, Blountville, Morristown, Johnson City, even, all over that area, probably 150-mile radius or at least 100-mile radius to Beach Creek. I met so many wonderful, awesome people, through YouTube, people that live in that area that have reached out. I have met so many locals that have described it as a blight, and are not happy that area is what's getting national and international attention, because they feel that it doesn't accurately represent their area, their hometown, where they live, where they grew up.
I will just put it this way. This is purely my opinion. Okay, I'm going to say that the locals are going to police that area.
Yep.
When this is all said and done, once we have the police decide, as Chris McDonough said last week on his show, when he called out the local, the sheriff's office, the TBI, and so on and so forth. When he called them out and said it's time for you guys to come forward and say that you have 4 persons of interest and start naming names. Okay?
Yeah.
Once things happen with those individuals, and the police clean out and take care of that situation, locals are going to police that area, and that area is going to change. And it's not going to be the same area anymore.
I have had, I can say, RJ, right off the top of my head, at least 11 or 12 individuals around that area that have almost said the exact same words that you're saying. That they basically told me the area is going to cough up who needs to go. And once that situation is took care of, the good that outweighs the bad is going to filter it out and get rid of it, because they're tired. They're tired. A lot of them are tired. I have heard that it's been going on too long. They're tired of it, and it needs to stop. And it's time to speak up and speak out. And I have heard that from so many.
The purpose of people living in these hollers is not that they don't want to have neighbors.
Right.
They don't want to have people, the convenience of the cities and things like that. They don't want to be remotely removed from them. They want to have space. They want to have privacy. They want to have a place that they don't have to worry about their neighbor when they're trying to have a family.
Right.
Okay? Most of the hollers are that way.
Yes.
This one is a problem that is going to get corrected by locals. It's not going to take. The locals will take care of it.
Yeah. Like Don B said, I'm actually surprised they haven't already.
I have a feeling that locals are holding back because they know that the police are involved. And it's like I was saying earlier, it's about time that the police, they come out and start naming persons of interest.
Yeah.
They're waiting for that to happen, is my opinion. They're waiting because they want Summer to be found.
Yes.
They want that case to be resolved. They
Yes.
want it to be resolved.
Yes.
Whatever the outcome is, it is going to be. But they just want it resolved.
Yes.
And keeping those people there right now is best for Summer Wells.
Yes. Yes. A lot of people don't understand that and why. It's easier to monitor, I guess, is the best way I can put it. I do believe the authorities have been doing work. I don't know, in my personal opinion, and you don't have to comment, in my personal opinion, I don't know that all of the authorities are putting all of their efforts in that they could. But I also feel like Summer going missing has shined a light on a lot of things and activities that may have indirectly been associated with her going missing. And
you're right on track there. You're right on track.
It has caused a lot more work for all of the authorities in that area. You know, kind of like an avalanche, if that makes sense. It has snowballed, and it's bigger and more involved than I think even those of us who have been here since the first week or two realize. I think even those of us, like me, that know it's larger than just Summer, I think I'm still going to be shocked at exactly how large it is.
We all are. We all are going to be shocked because it is definitely going to be larger than we are aware.
Well,
and locals have an idea, but it's still, when everybody finds out how deep it goes,
yeah,
it's going to be like, wow, what? Yeah, this Summer Wells is
a catalyst.
Somebody that was. I'm not going to impose any opinion on anybody.
Right.
A 5-year-old little girl. She is a thread that ties everything together.
Yes.
Just as much as her existence keeps everybody at Ben Hill Road.
Mm-hmm.
Her disappearance
is
a thread that's going to unravel a fabric that is thought to be impenetrable before.
And I've said this before, RJ, and like, again, with you being a local, if don't comment, don't say anything if you don't want to, or if you don't feel it's best. But one thing I've said previously, and I stick behind with this, is I lost my whole train of thought just then because I was reading at the same time. Damn. Oh. I feel... Okay. The bust that took place, when Ronnie went into office and declared war on drugs in the Beach Creek area was huge. It involved the pain clinic in Norcross, Georgia, A lot of people that were sentenced and convicted, a lot, I was surprised, shared the same address. My point is, with the amount of marijuana, cocaine, and money, I'm not even going to name the marijuana, the cocaine, and the money. Those three separate, and there's a reason I say this. They might have busted the pain clinic, and they might have stopped the opiates temporarily and or permanently. But even with that seizure, that route and connections for the other things was still there. And it might have stopped momentarily. But when your daddy, your uncle, your cousin is gone, and you still got the second cousin, the first cousin, another brother, another sister, and two nephews, they can still keep the family business in operation. And,
yeah, that's a very good way of putting it.
Yeah. And I don't think people understand. I don't know how to paint a clearer picture on that. But I can't get away. And the people that's been here in my chat since I started covering Summer's case will tell you, there's two things, well, really three, that I have said since day one. One, I believe the parents and the grandmother have knowledge of some sort at minimum, whether it's before, during, or after. And I believe that drugs are directly involved, whether it's as simple as someone that was supposed to be giving care was under the influence and not doing what they should have done because of that, or it's something even more sinister. I also feel like if you follow the money and the drugs, you'll get answers. And that's just a gut thing. I have no documentation or substantiation for it. That's just a feeling.
This is what I was talking about when I said, unless you have a mountain of receipts.
Yep.
Locals will not talk about it.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying I won't participate in what you're saying.
Right.
All right. If anybody thinks my RJ name that I appear on YouTube is anything more than my channel name and has any ties to my actual name, it'll be hard to find my actual name.
RJ, my phone's turning off. Oh, I lost him. Maybe it's for the best on him. My phone powered off. It's RJ. Will one of the mods drop his link for me real quick? RJ, I promise I did not disconnect you. And I've got my phone hooked to the charger. It's just not been taking charge good for some reason. Oh, absolutely, Jenny Rose. There has to be. It has to be. Absolutely, Rhonda. That is a great point. Rhonda Moon says, I was raised to never call the police, and I bet a lot of people in Hawkins County were raised the same way. Listen, growing up, I was calling mama, daddy, nanny, pawpaw, uncle, aunt, like, they're literally, I can't think, unless the house was on fire or something like that, or there was a big accident or something of that nature. We never called the cops, There is. Yes. Yes, absolutely, and I'm agreeing with you RJ. You said it better than what I was saying. You know, you got that low level individual, as always, maybe even middleman, but, and that's why I keep telling people, I think before everything's said and done, when it comes to Summer's case and things surrounding it, we'll see some acronyms, because I believe the word RICO is going to come into effect at some point. That's why I'm going to use my tagline, I'm so confused at the fact that we've not seen the FBI more involved out front. I feel like how do I say this? For instance, that one bus that I was talking about in that area where Summer went missing, I believe the original bust happened in 2017. There was an investigation going on for approximately, from all I can gather, for approximately 4 years prior to 2017. And then, once the arrests were made, it was 2020 before everything was adjudicated. You know, true crime and other stuff, I'm not driving my car. My car is still, even though it's paid off now, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Miss Katie, I can't be blessed enough, and I don't have to deal with them crooks no more, and they were not happy. They were not happy, because they really did want my mama's car. And I thought it was 2017, Annette. But when they actually, that's when they did the arrest. That would be right, because 2017, 4 years, 2013 is when the investigation began and stuff. I'm not driving my car. I'm actually taking Lacey's. Nobody's seen it nor knows what kind it is anyway. But my car at this point, it seems like has a blown head gasket. That's why it was such a pain and upsetting that I was paying $173, right? Might as well round up to $174 a month payment on it. And my insurance payment, because having to carry full coverage, was $147 and some change per month. And I'm paying all that to have a cute little look in there. She ain't really waiting on me, RJ. It's a joke, honey. You good. You good. I'm the one that gets to talking, and I was very interested in what you were saying. I just, for the good people in that area, and there's a lot, for the good people in Tennessee, period, in Sullivan County, Hawkins County, Greene counties, Washington counties, I want to see you guys be able to not have to worry about editing yourself, to not worry that people are on the outside looking in thinking you guys are somebody you're not. I know how that feels. I've been there because, of family history. When you have a third cousin that pulled up at the stoplight and shot somebody dead because they were driving too slow in front of the public library, it's difficult. It's difficult. And what was sad was the child of that man, who was my third cousin. His son was my third cousin. That boy had to move to another state just to be able to go to school and not be ostracized. Annette, is any of my mods in the chat still? If not, I'll grab it and post it. Oh. Give me just a second. I'll get it for you. And then I think my mods have deserted me. But if you give me just a second, I got you. That can't be the right one. Because I know, RJ, you've got more than 10 subscribers, right? I heard that. I hate trying to search this way. Let me see. That's not it. That was 3 years ago. It's 12 years ago. YouTube, you killing me. Okay, gotcha. Got you, RJ. That's the one I found. I'm like, that can't be him. Oh, I hate this thing. I can't right now. It's not gonna let me. Oh no, I didn't. What is it doing? It's giving me. Y'all give me a second. You're welcome was his. I'm trying to find. I know that link was dropped. My phone, come on, phone. Oh, it's driving me crazy. I'm trying, y'all. Just bear with me. Oh, it's not going to go back far enough. Come on. on. I'm trying to get my phone to power on, and it's not going to. Jeez. My phone is dead. Guys, I will post it. Right, True Crime. I will post the link in the comments section as soon as I can get my phone to power back on. If you could scroll back through the chat, I know that Cherokee Girl and them have posted it before. Since I have no mods in here that are able to post links, apparently, I may have to reevaluate that some. Give me a second. I think I got the phone back on. Maybe. And it died again. Okay. I know how. I just can't find it. Is it all lowercase? It's not as easy as you think. That's what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm asking, is it all lowercase? You're good, Mama T. That's not it. One video. It's not it. 16. How am I finding people with 16 subscribers? But I can't find the one I'm looking for. RJ's channel link, Betty Joe. I can get it with my cell phone. But I can't get it with the Chromebook. I think I found yours with the throwaway channel. It should be all lowercase. Okay. I'm surprised at how many people's got RJ. Y'all look this up. Y'all gonna be surprised at how many channels. One video. One subscriber, one video. Ow. Am I this? Your channel is really hiding. Six subscribers and 3 videos. I bet you that's your throwaway, RJ. Oh, Betty Joe got it finally. Dadgummit, I want to know how y'all found it, and I can't. I'm having moments. Because I'm subscribed. Let's see. Yeah, it's the right one. It's got 130 subscribers, so. Okay. Close that window. Alright, guys. I'm going to have to jump off here. I'm never going to get where I'm supposed to be and finish what I'm going to do. Yay! I'm headed out too. You guys have a wonderful day. I'm going to go look at the wonderful Tennessee area. Y'all never know where I might be popping up. But I'm going to be on the road in about 15 minutes. And like I said, anybody that would like to support the channel efforts would be greatly appreciated, but not required. Because gas is killing it. In ways y'all would never know. Whew. Well, I mean, y'all do know, actually. Probably better than anybody, y'all know. Thank you, Janice. Jackie girl was back. Yep. Peace, love, and light. And I don't know if I'll make it back to do a live tonight. I do have some videos that I'm uploading. And they should be up sometime later this evening. And tomorrow we'll have a whole lot of stuff to discuss. I've got a video upload that's working on justice for Vaughn, as well as a video upload from my trip that I put together with unseen footage. So hopefully those things will be posted soon. And I will see you guys again. It's been a wonderful discussion. You good, Izzy? Just hit the thumbs up and share and stuff. So, you know, there's all kinds of ways to support the channel, you guys. Make sure you're subscribed. That's free.com. Hit the thumbs up. It's free. You know, that helps more than you know. We all work together as a team and do what we can. All right. Peace, love, and light. And I will see y'all no later than tomorrow night.